It is the final day of regulation play out here at Street Fighter League Japan 2025. And even though it's bittersweet to say, we are marching towards the playoffs to solidify 3 more teams to be out there and 3 more teams sit on the stands like some fans. My name is St. Cola. I'm doing Vicious. Hey, my G, how you feeling today?
It really is like a bittersweet moment kind of thing. Although it is the finale, I am very excited to see who secures their placement primarily for the top 3. We've kind of pretty much established who's going to be making it into the playoffs. It's just a matter of who gets the benefit of going into that grand finals, right, into the big dance. So that's the biggest question. I'm kind of curious to see like how the other teams are going to perform that are no longer in the running. Maybe they'll have a little bit of fun. Maybe they'll kind of like explore other characters to get themselves ready into the future. Other than that, I'm here to kind of like go with the motion, go with the flow, and see where the ball lies in regards to these top 3. I mean, Reject currently sitting at the top with 270. Hiroshima Team IBUSHIGIN currently sitting at 250. ZETA Division at 210. There are possibilities to see a little bit of a shift, but we'll see and find out.
Yeah, mentioning that, you know, Reject's already qualified, as you mentioned, 30 points to confirm first place. Hiroshima Team IBUSHIGIN already qualified again. One battle win is all they need to secure themselves a 2nd place position. ZETA Division Geekly already qualified once again, but cannot lose any games to try for 2nd place. That will depend on the round wins between them and Hiroshima Team IBUSHIGIN. So that last match is going to be ever so important, be the marquee match, of course. DetonatioN FocusMe, they're out of the race, confirmed for 4th place. But for VARREL, FUKUSHIMA, IBUSHIGIN, trying to see who's going to not be last and hold their heads up high, or maybe try out new things, as you mentioned, for the future, for either the team-based thing or the singles coming up, because they still have the World Warrior that they have to get through. But as mentioned, we already have 3 teams already done. They're up there. It's just a matter of where. Will they be in the away side? You definitely want to have that advantage, because being the home side would be great to be able to position your players and characters up first and have a nice little lead. Or be in that prime position where you don't have to fight one match at the playoffs, sitting in the grand finals part of that, waiting to see who's going to fight you. But either way, it's going to be some great action to end things off. Final day.
Right, and one of the big things I'm looking forward to, I mean, right off the bat, VARREL versus DetonatioN FocusMe. Mochi's already into Capcom Cup, right? So all he needs to do is just practice and get some of his work in with Dalsim and figure out whether or not he's going to be in prime shape, even for like World Warrior, right? So that one's going to be pretty much like a fun one. This one's going to be like way more loose. FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN versus Reject following suit. It's more up to Reject to maintain their lead, right? If they can maintain their current positioning with an extra couple of points, it makes it that much harder for Hiroshima Team IBUSHIGIN. And then even so, like even if Reject walks away with like 10 points, they're, I want to say, at a high possibility of still securing first, whereas like Hiroshima Team IBUSHIGIN, they would need like a complete 40 bomber for ZETA Division, over ZETA Division, which is, I'm not gonna say like not possible, but it is very heavily weighed against them because ZETA Division is currently on an upward trend. So we'll see how it goes. All 3 matches are gonna be fire.
Oh, still gonna be some great action. We've only had great action out here, and all this is helped put on by Vispo and many of the other ambassadors that we have. I actually watched one of the Akuma players that they have on their team do a lot of good work and practice with Bonchan. I'm like, wow, they are a legend rank out here. So they've also been doing work in terms of interviewing the players, getting that nitty-gritty, the data that we can't get, because half the time if we ask the players what's up, they'll hide their intentions, they'll hide their stuff, their game plan, but they'll let Vispo know. So you should let them know that you enjoy their efforts. Go give them a hello. You know, if you're a native speaker, you'll enjoy that. Or if they have the captions on, hit those to see what they're saying. But back to the action. Once again, we're going to be starting with VARREL. That it should focus me. These 2 teams have had really good orderings. I think the players have been absolutely fantastic. It's just a matter of League being so difficult and so strong, and the pedigree out here you see being so top tier in so many different ways, and strategy also implemented even better. So I don't think it's a matter of these 2 teams being very, very weak. It's just a power creep that's happened out here in League.
It's interesting to say that. Also, I think for VARREL, they're like a very well-rounded team, and I think although Dalsim may not necessarily be like one of the big meta tools, I think he is somewhat of a decent combatant against one of the prime characters in the meta, which is Ed. So pulling out YHC Mochi for like even home team, certain counter picks, etc., because this division is full of really talented Eds. I think he was like in prime position to do well. It just didn't necessarily play out that way. And then like even like Akuma and Mai from the side of VARREL is also really, really important too. But like from the side of DetonatioN FocusMe, I think it was more of like an order issue that kind of plagued them throughout the weeks, and it was just kind of conflicting because you have two I want to say like not two, but you have a leader that also wants to try to play his main character, but can't really fully utilize it. Then you had like you had John Takeuchi kind of play halfway through of changing over to Jamie, Nauman shifting over to Mai, and then Goichi also extremely busy, right? He had quite the year for himself, winning a plethora of different headlining events. So it really is just more of like the circumstances all around. But speaking of which, let's get into the full introductions. We got Team VARREL sitting in the away spot. We get their full roster with the exceptional Pad Master first. That is TS, and he has been such a treat to watch. I'm so happy to see his progression so far. Followed by the Yoga Monk, YHC Mochi with the Dalsim, already qualified for Capcom Cup 12. Qualified via the World Championships with Good 8 Squad formerly. Nothing to worry about. Then, of course, Prince of the Rapid. It is Mizuha also adjusting to the Mai to see if he's going to be in shape for the rest of his season. Then the 2D God, Mago-san, coming in as always with the Jerry. I would have loved to see him actually pursue the Terry a little bit more. He spent so much time with that character on stream. I think it would have been such a huge difference, or a significant difference at that. So would have loved to see it either way, but again, very well-rounded team.
You say the same for DetonatioN FocusMe again, a matter of order, placement, and the players kind of switching up a little bit, not being able to have that handle all the way, but still definitely explosive when it comes to their matches. Sad to see them go, but definitely love to see how they've been playing and acclimating in and outside of the league. Let's get a closer look, our final run with Team DetonatioN FocusMe for this year for Street Fighter League Japan 2025. What a star-studded cast in terms of character diversity and the players who as well. It should FocusMe. Got the Trickster, young Johnny Tap coming through. I was gonna say the Rashid, but it's more of the Jamie these days. Sipping on that sauce and doing a lot of work with that character, doing a lot of different things that other Jamie players aren't. Keep a lock on him, and also watch out for the hottest flame out here, the Jade Flame himself. It's Nauman on the kid, but more likely, the Mai. Man with the fans, definitely doing some work out Street Fighter League, even outside too as well, every so often. And the unprecedented one, Goichi, the one that stands at the top of multiple games. He has been hunting people down with the Chun-Li or playing it lane too as well, annoying his opponents. And after that, it's the meal ticket. Dinner's on you, the Cyclone Commander, Itabashi, Zangief causing grief with that Geef, and maybe Mommy Muscle Money said depending on what happens, depending on the matchup. Again, DetonatioN FocusMe, they've got a grappler. They've got a mix-up character, or I guess now, an off-meta character. They've got a meta character with Mai, and then they have, you know, I feel like Goichi has that lame style, but again, placing them where they need to be in anchor position, we need to go up after that, and the momentum just hasn't been in their hands, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and it's such a star-studded lineup, like all the way across the board. Like even if they did have like certain matchups on lock or like had the utmost confidence in it, you're still facing off against like S-tier players. You know what I'm saying? Like the Reject Squad, Hiroshima team, Ikusa Squad, Zeta Squad. When you look at like those top three, those guys are constantly gunning for points in the CPT and have always kept themselves rather sharp. So even if you try to find contingency plans against those cats, it won't guarantee you the results, right? But this is what the locked-in away position is going to be. YHC Mochi coming up first with the Dalsim, TS with the Akuma, and then Mizuha as the anchor with the Mai. I like it. I like it.
I like this team. I think the only real issue is, you know, YHC Mochi going up first. Because that means it might be Ken. Never mind. It's Goichi coming up with the Cammy. All right. I don't mind this pick at all. You know, Chun-Li might be a little bit more difficult to run because Sim can silence the fireballs. He's so wily and hard to get a hold of. Those great neutral buttons that you have don't really work against him. Ken would have been okay from now, but maybe that Ken isn't there. Goichi has been known to kind of keep these characters in the background, still upkeep and up there, at least relatively where his Chun-Li is at. So if he's pulling up the Cammy, I trust him in doing so. That's typically a bad matchup. But YHC Mochi has been able to handle bad matchups. Him and Torimeshi have shown that what's on paper doesn't always happen in the match, especially outside of League and EWC and things like that. So I'm curious to see how well that Cammy is going to work against someone that's been playing Sim and not went off that character at all. They're going to have a game plan against that for sure.
Yeah, so Goichi also, again, going back and forth between like the Chun-Li and Cammy, not too bad. I mean, like there are certain moments where he had some like stellar matches with that Akuma. He fell a little bit short to Daigo, and that was just unfortunate circumstancing. We didn't mean for that to happen. I promise you, it is fully scripted. You know, things just... Sometimes the overlords via the old gods, when it comes to the FGC, are just like, you know what? No, we're going to change this up. But all jokes aside, there's a lot to really talk about in regards to Goichi's current progression with like Chun-Li and the Cammy even. I think the last time he pulled out this character, I want to say it was like very early on. I want to say it was within like the first half, perhaps. Yeah, it was like in week number 3, and he got a very, very convincing W. 3-1. Damn, son. Okay. Outside of that, yeah, I mean, Goichi's been doing a great job with both Chun-Li and Cammy. He's been, I feel like, the one of the more consistent anchors that we've had for this team.
Waichimochi also not too bad on his side of things. Did get pieced up by the Terry from Lashar, got pieced up by Aqua, but then, oh, never mind. He got defeated by the Kin previously. He really hasn't been having a good match until... Oh, has he not won a match yet? Hold on now. Let me check my notes real quick.
I don't think so.
I don't think he's won anything. Oh my God. For some reason, it's because his matches are so close. They're down to the wire. Or they, like, Adeli, for example, we had to fight him. He rounded it back at the very end. So like it was like 2 games up, and then it came back at the end. Okay, so unfortunately, as a father W, today needs to be the day. Oh man, I'm sitting here thinking Waichimochi did a lot more work, but again, that shows how difficult it is out the league. During his interview, he said, though, this is finally the last episode. I haven't got a single win. So he says that himself. We don't have any way to the playoffs, but I'll do my best for my first win. So for him, it's a personal thing to get that W, and it's going to be hard fought. If you're fighting Goichi, he's pulling out this Cammy. There's a reason. As you mentioned, the Cammy wasn't looking too bad at all last time we saw it, and you know that Goichi's going to have that character up to par. He says, I'll do my best to give expectations for the next season, so like a preview, a taste tester, what you might see from him next season.
I mean, hopefully he can cook us now, right?
Yeah.
So we'll find out. Goichi versus Waichimochi. I mean, this is a matchup that I feel like Goichi is fully confident in going in with the Cammy matchup in comparison to going with the Chun-Li. Going with the hooligan right off the bat. And Waichimochi actually kind of weary about it, right? He immediately took to this guys. He had jumped backwards and tried to possibly whiff punish it with like a drill.
A jump fierce. Blessing from above. Blast, teleport, side switch. Going to go for the throw. Yeah, have to keep her up, but that's the problem. It's like the dive kick, the aerial approach is going to be so difficult, so backstepping to be outside that range is very imperative. Easier said than done.
Oh, I like that. The punish counter just to evade Goichi's advances. But we do get the OD and force burnout from the side of Goichi. Now it's up to Waichimochi to kind of like maybe take advantage of this spot, but he's been hanging back just a little bit. Like he wanted to see if Goichi was going to step on the gas while in burnout, and I like that. He was waiting it out just a little bit, waiting for the stoplight to turn green, but outside of that, Goichi recovers scot-free, no problem.
Lost quite a bit of health, though. Won't see access point. Nice little OD dive kick would be real good if you can find the timing of the buttons here from Waichimochi. He's up in the corner, but all takes that OD fireball to cover the escape. They'll take that trade. 100% could have been way worse. They stand medium outside the range. We can even initiate anything at all. The comment, Waichimochi fights so well outside this corner and stuffing and stopping that OD hooligan, stopping him from getting in with that stand medium. The confidence to be that close to the corner, glued there, but aware of the options to do. All right, Waichimochi, round up.
And the pace being set by Waichimochi, right? He's trying to be as active as possible with his movement while also moving backwards. Or I guess with his button placements and then moving backwards. But Goichi hasn't fallen for any of it, right? Like none of the traps, not even like the down fierces, not even like the jump back normals being presented. But Waichimochi does find himself in a pretty good situation. Gets out of the corner, rather slippery as well, throwing in a couple of teleports. He's really trying to egg on like Goichi, making like a heavier commitment on movement to punish with.
Let's cancel off the heavy kick, the drive rush conversion right after the teleport. Knowing to find that escape immediately on the knockdown. Has the lead, knows how to go for the anti right there. Reversal buttons on the flip out, the stand jab. Bar for that level 3, just needs a conversion. He can play that patient game. It's what all Sims want, is to have that lead, lower the drive gauge. Less for you to do on the OD.
25 seconds left on the clock. YHC Mochi does have like a little bit of a life lead, does have a little bit of a drive gauge advantage, or at least temporarily he did. Goichi peppering him down with a couple of heavies, but now it's YHC Mochi back in the saddle. Yeah, I like that drive reversal. He's looking for a battle of attrition here.
My man is surviving and finds to confirm level 1. Your game to win right now. YHC Mochi, just stay solid. I think you try to go for a throw there. No, I lied. It's going to be a block and a punish. Well done. YHC Mochi's defense is immaculate in the movement as well. And the confidence to be up in the corner against a counter hitting dive kick that can piece you up with your lacking defense has been nothing short of excellent. He's outside the range where a dive kick's going to happen. And on top of all that, he is burning him out or keeping him close to burnout with these bigger buttons so he doesn't have a lot of OD gauge to give. First game to YHC Mochi. The dive kick right off the rip, calling out the slide. Smart stuff.
I mean, YHC Mochi was the one walking away with like the punish counter on that one, right? So, but now we got Goichi actually finding a dive kick this time. Back-to-back throws, drive reversal out. Not cleared yet for YHC Mochi. Still has to hold his positioning against Goichi, but oh my god, the uppercut. Back-to-back ones. Being able to track. Such a far angle on that DP, by the way.
Real good. Now the hooligan finally coming through with the command grab. Working out, gotta establish that aerial approach first with the dive kicks. Those hooligans work out better. Hide your intentions. Especially the anti-airs are coming through, but that jump back fierce. Either done that or dive kick on round start.
Yeah, no leg slicer from the side of Goichi either. Very similar starts, right? Oh my lord! Oh! Still catching the spin knuckle. Level 1. Set up a fireball game. No dashes up. Medium punch to poke. The arrow approach, not contested. Goichi finds a pretty good way in, but missed times whatever normal that was. Mochi coming in with the wake-up jab.
Set point for the sim. Variance of the full side, even like a lot of fireballs because he knows I can get maybe spin knuckle through. Keep it compact. Oh, go for the OD as I just mentioned. The spin knuckle is going to help out in that OD knot. Being able to clip and hit. Avoids the DI. On the way down, the weak block and we punish. Goes with the DI right back at him. DP. OD hooligan to get in the robbery. Him with the Mothman. It's going to be a perfect Delta Red assault. Bam.
I like that too. A lot of different looks in that round alone, right? He started to throw out a lot more DIs, really checked the approach from YHC Mochi. We were checking the diligence on his defense by throwing in hooligan into command grab, actually finding the mark this time. The last time he had attempted that, not necessarily the best luck, but I'm glad that he's still sticking to it. And now we see it all tied up.
Well, you take away, just add more so that works out better. Does find the jump with a jump heavy kick. A lot of range on that button. Like seeing that. Go for a second throw. Tech is there. OD fireball. Trying to check the challenge him. Should be able to get a side switch. No, goes for the fireball. And couldn't find even on block the dive kick. Flip out. Trade everything looking for Goichi.
Oos. No, not gonna find anything off of the lance. YHC Mochi in a tough place to be in also. Goichi nice and easy. Spotted his prey in the skies, and all he had to do was wait. ODDP. Match point now for Goichi.
You point out that he waited. Last time I felt like he went for like immediate DPs. Now he's waiting a little bit to make sure that the DP actually reaches. Good interruption on the drive rush though, making him waste a little bit of bar. This will definitely help out with the level 1 ender. Back medium kick, the divine kick. Harass the drive gauge. Tap parry attempt, deleted. Wake up, super. Or super in between the strings, excuse me, spin drive smasher. Back to mid screen, let's give him some distance. And the raw DP working out. Does it again, you'll take that trade. He's in the corner. Less on health for you, but still, it's where you want him to be. No anti right there. Dropping back down with the jump fierce. Could have confirmed a little more. Want to slug this out to get the bar back though.
We got a couple more hits from the side of YHC Mochi. But I don't think it's going to come to fruition. Right into the level 2. Is that enough damage? It should be. It sure is. Goichi shutting down all the naysayers. He's like, I got a secondary character. This should be an easy match. Although, 2-1, not too bad either way from the side of YHC Mochi. But Goichi coming in with the secondary, that speaks volumes, man.
Does we mentioned how he can keep these characters up in the background. He definitely did. You saw the adjustments. Instead of doing like the immediate DPs, as you mentioned, he started staggering the DPs just a little bit to find the proper timing, gets the anti-airs, starting adding more. And I like how, again, he doesn't pull back from the hooligans. He's like, wait a minute, let me add more before I throw the hooligan out, before I throw the OD command grab out. Let me set it up for success instead of just kind of just trying to find that as the immediate entry point. The round starts got better for him. He started keeping his bar a lot more, and we started seeing things like the DIs you said snuck in every so often at the very end to like kill. So I like these adjustments. Don't take away your game plan in full. Add more to it so those other elements are going to work out even better.
Yeah, and it was really much a matter of whether or not YHC Mochi could stand the rain in that corner, right? There was so many instances where Goichi gave those different looks, but most of the time, if you saw in game one, YHC Mochi found himself a way to clear out at least into the middle space and really control the matchup a lot, and even bring it down to like a near time over. But as soon as Goichi recognized that, that strategy was out the window. There has to be another way for YHC Mochi to adjust to certain types of pressure at a moment's notice, and I feel like that's the only thing that's kind of lacking. It could either be a player thing, it could be like a character thing, but either way you spin it, whatever's on the platter, Mochi has to prepare for it, right?
100%. You know, there are some moments of backdashing and, you know, being comfortable in the corner, but it's just, again, if you add more, as the opponent adds more, get ready to add more on your defensive side of things. So, that being said, next match is going to be TS. He's on the Akuma. Nauman, maybe? Well, there we go. That's what I figured. I feel like you have Itabashi, which Geef might be nice here, but at the same time, maybe you want to save it for like, I don't know, maybe Mizuha or something like that. Maybe Itabashi has something for that matchup, or maybe even Mago against the jury. And so I think Nauman is fine to come up, and then we put, maybe John T as the anchor match. Possibly. We'll get there when we get there, but I wouldn't mind seeing that layout.
Yeah. Pretty similar in terms of stature. 40 points for the side of TS, 50 for the side of Nauman. But I want to say a little bit of benefit goes more towards the wayside of Nauman. He does have an Akuma W under his belt. Outside of that, TS, funny enough, has evaded all of the Mize. He got more of like, what is that? Ed, Aki, what else? Dawson, Blanca. He had some of the funkier matchups, but I mean, like in terms of the W's he's had.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's not had to fight on my thus far, but today's the day, the last day before you leave. One more thing, you have to fight this Mine. Nauman, not doing too terrible out here in terms of his wins and losses. Actually, when we look at his record in full, yeah, 4 out of 7, not too terrible at all. And it's mostly been the Mai. In fact, I don't think we've seen nothing but the Ken until he had to fight YHC Mochi, which he had lost 1, and he was like, okay, time to switch over. So it's mostly been about the Mai. We'll see how this operates. ATS, again, as you mentioned during the interview or during the intro, he has been one of the best players out here in terms of adjusting from what he was last time to where he is at now. He is so different from what we've seen. And it's kind of funny because Mochi is the other Akuma player that I feel like is also in that same run, but TS definitely showcases the confidence that he has when he's playing in ranked and in streams and things like that in the same way in league. So I feel like that's he's become like the true person that he is and not as nervous, it feels. But going up to Nauman, who has found his way with the Mai and is really becoming a real Mai player, so just kind of pick up the character and try to get the W's. I wonder what's going to happen here, like what the game plan is going to be. I feel like we mentioned this a lot. Akuma has a lot of tools to fight the character. You know, the fireballs and things like that can go band to band with her. The normals aren't too bad either as well. The aerial approach, if she throws out a bad fan, guillotine, dive kick can work out really well. Even the normal, like command normal that he has, the dive kick can also work because the hands are out a little bit more. It's a bigger hurt box on those. So I feel like the character can fight. It's just still annoying to deal with anybody's Mai in general. TS says, though, I didn't want to play Nauman's Mai, but this is the last game. We don't have the playoff ticket, so I'll play so I won't have any regrets. Can't avoid forever, brother. Yeah. You're in the Mai division, bro. Fight it out.
Yeah, now that I think about it, holy crap, yeah, he didn't face off against any of the Mize. Were the Mize more so evident in Division S? Am I tripping? Or was it? I know this was like the Ed-eccentric, division. I thought the Mize were all on the other side. I'm pretty sure it was all on the S side.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're more on S. You're right. They're way more on S. There's a few over here, but there's way more over there. Like with Fabu Gaming, how they started. Sometimes I forget because some of them players did switch over to C Viper for a little bit and switch back, but they can't avoid them all. There's gonna be a Mai in at least one division. That's how it rocks.
Yeah, but this is the matchup that we're looking forward to a bunch of times over throughout like the rest of the season, right? Let's see how these two combatants, let's see how these two players navigate it. Low forward off the rip, Nauman checking the distance against TS, a little bit of a frame kill. And just within the perfect range to still get that throw. I love those types of frame kills.
Docket going out, does not get punished on the way down. Target combo, no. Drops the combo just a little bit, adjust it to maybe to the target combo. Okay, Tatsu, gonna get it there. Squarely up in the corner. Oh, went for the adamant flame. Unfortunate. Kagero no Mai coming through. So defense like text immediately on the first throw. Drive rush interrupted. One tap. The shimmy. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, this is one of those explosive matchups that I'm looking forward to every single time, right? Oh, that was actually kind of cool. The adamant flame to kind of like bait Nauman into a parry, but if you're not close enough, you're not going to be able to, or I don't even think you recover in time just based off of the timing for you to actually get a punish kind of throw.
Parry forward fierce. It's one of the things I like about this character, this matchup. Stand light kick and forward fierce are really, really good to be able to have that perfect parry option right after. Oh, delayed a little bit too much, but no conversion from Nauman, not until like a crouching medium punch off the counter hit combo.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of mileage you can get out of just spacing out with the fireballs majority of the time for TS. So I think he's found that strategy to be a little bit more potent than trying to fake out, trying to like drive rush on in just in case. And you see, he was actually mad precautious about that drive rush. He actually went for the counter by just doing something much quicker, like drive rush, stand jab, and now the big opener. If you're much closer, I feel like you're going to be just as much of a threat as Mai is. That low medium kick being able to connect secures the round against Nauman in round 2.
8 frames with the range is pretty damn good. Walking back this time, not going for the perfect parry forward fierce. Pecks the throw Nauman with a bar back from that. Or from that stand like to get a conversion right after. Play the stand fierce, get it with punish towards the corner, gets the Oki. A lot of activity on defense here from TS, especially up in the corner. Maybe something Nauman can lock into. Again, another tech. Get exposed a little bit later on, but right now, back to mid-screen. Block, parry, even more bar bag.
Could force the burnout here. In fact, Nauman, he's just trying to walk away. Level 2. A temporary relief. Sends TS full screen. Counter hit off the roundhouse. Even if a single big hit comes in from Nauman, oh, he actually gets himself out of the threshold. That's perfect. He still has a little bit of bar left. ODDP though. TS, how do you secure the game?
The burnout
Secures
first.
The burnout first. Nauman, he doesn't have any bar. Oh, he does now. Off of that sweep. Totally fine. Funny enough, TS, I don't even know if that was a punish counter standing light. I actually missed if the prompt showed up on the screen. But yeah, not too bad. I mean, forcing Nauman into burnout, forcing Nauman's desperation. I love the pace that TS has been setting thus far.
I think he's switch fireballs to do so. Kind of reminds me of how Daigo was playing we saw last week. Do like this, the side switch, the throw right after. Not get it over with the jabs and the OD fireball to keep the plus frames up. The shimmy, caught in recovery. Truncation looking really low, and that's what you want to do against any character, but especially Mai. I feel less OD to have to deal with. There's less OD fans you have to run against. Kill the resource, kill the character. Oh, commit to the target combo. I'll confirm you want. Kagero no Mai, unleashed.
Yeah, but like it's going to be pretty easily stopped thus far. At least the fan tactics aren't going to be as prevalent, I feel like. Up until that point, TS a little bit too close. The slight frame kill of the stand jab. Level 2 adamant flame past the fans. I was telling you about it. TS within range. He had level 2 prepared. The fan game getting dismantled.
Oh, maybe too far out for the follow-up. I do like the fact that TS had some bar in his pocket to utilize. Perfect parry. You block it out. Throw is there right after, though. Respect heavy kick. That's killing the drive gauge. Charges up, but that's not what you can do. Now I'm ready with it. A jump fierce, follow up with the level 1. Kagero no Mai. Raw hit. Bar gone. Nauman's revenge. TS hella ashy right now. The low and the fireball. Dive kick nice and low with it. The reversal jabs. My man, ready to be able to have that conversion and the DP right after. Will all come to nothing, though.
I love that backdash. Past a second set of fans. TS, although just about a hit away. Counter hit! Does get a conversion off of the jab. Medium Tatsu to push Nauman slightly into the corner. The DP to catch the neutral jump. Nauman's in trouble, except for that. Oh my god, DI as the choice. A little bit too close. I think Nauman was going to be prepared for a back throw regardless.
Saving a set point. Nauman puts him up in the corner with the Oki. Quick rise. But heavy kick is still there. Man's pressing buttons when he shouldn't. Kagero no Mai. This all leads to get the bar back here for Nauman. Or so I thought. Catches the walk back. The anti-shipping tool coming through. Adamant Flame straight at Sip of Calamity. Birdie sensation. Bam. Careful the drive cage. Welcome Stand Fierce Fireball. To low fireball instead. But all equals burnout right now. He still has that level 2. Could take to a fireball if he wants to. Or maybe use it in the combo. Not right now. More throw. Catch that though. The DI.
What was that?
You did DI brush in the DI. Oh.
Huh?
There could have been more.
Oh, totally fine. Nauman being able to stabilize after that very big DI against him. Not too bad, sneaking in that overhead. TS didn't have any more life to afford. He had to keep his defense sharp.
Final game between the two. TS with some really risky options. I do like him doing something different with it. He's been playing pretty patient, passive with the fireballs every so often. You see like the drive rush, the dive kicks, working with the pacing. Nauman so far weathering the storm. Interrupts the drive rush with a stand jab, gets a counter conversion. Overhead, saw it work once, let it rip again.
Oh, no whiff punish on the Fierce. Forward Fierce at that. Runs into the guillotine. Runs in head first, essentially. We do get the overhead. That was the counter hit as well. A bunch of plus frames on that bad boy. Roundhouse Tatsu. Give me that forward throw. You're in a position to continuously do so. Excellent tech from the side of Nauman. Still can't escape the corner though. The pressure with the conversion off of the OD fireball. TS, look at that match point. Guillotine again. Nauman falling susceptible to it.
A lot of demon flips, especially like the light ones. Well, falls on the fireball. Stand Fierce and get the pickup. Still nice and close though. Holding parry. They go for the drive rush, so it won't be punish counter. Let's rip again. TS blocking it out. Bar looking real low. Wasn't able to get the anti-air off in time. So the punish counter. Reversal jab. Back throw, yeah, switch it up. Trading places. In the corner space right now, TS, a lot of bar to utilize. Back in the green, so things get more dangerous. Don't get hit. Akuma can dump out that damage. Bar to his knee.
That's the one, counter hit.
Don't get hit.
The big 6-framer, counter hit, real tight hitbox around it, still managing to stuff out whatever normal Nauman tried to throw out. And it's the level 3 conversion. TS finding his route towards lethal, nice and easy. 2-1 in rebuttal. We've got ourselves a tie so far. It comes down to the anchor spot. Nice work from TS. I'm telling you, man, he's come a long way. I'm actually super impressed with the way he's navigating around this Akuma. It's been really fun.
Well, watching him like take the skies like the aerial approach, like that light demon flip being so prevalent for the guillotine, the dive kicks, the switch ups, even like putting halt to what Nauman wants to do. He's like, okay, I'm gonna go in, but he's doing like demon flip. He might do dive kicks, so I'll back off a little bit. And then like throwing down the right amount of fireballs. We did see some jump ins here and there from Nauman, but overall it felt like the fireballs were a good idea to like put Nauman in his place, but also delete some of that drive gauge away, whether it be in strings or just harass him continuously so he couldn't get his drive gauge back up. And at the very end, you know, being able to have these moments where he would be like doing drive rush and a DI, which obviously didn't get the kill right after, but have that switch up of pressure. That's like confidence that I want to see from him. And we do see it now. We see it on his stream. games, but now we see it in League a lot more. I love this from TS. Nauman, he played well, but man, TS is just a different beast. And that 6-frame, as you mentioned, beautifully done to interrupt and find the punish and have the bar back. You saw him walk back to get his bar up to the proper point so he can have enough DRCs to get the victory. Very smart stuff. TS ties it up 10-10. Who do you sit up against Mizuha?
I'd say send the captain.
I would say Johnny.
I'd say just let the captain rock. Just let Itabashi in a carefree manner have his way with Zangief. It's like letting the savage loose for him. I'm sure he's got some pent-up aggression, not being able to play as much. But yeah, there it is. Itabashi Zangief coming in with Marisa.
All right. To start off, I'm surprised it's Marisa, not Geef, but hey, good to see him actually come off the sticks. We haven't really seen him play besides, let's see here. He's played 4 games, and he's won 2, lost 2 so far. So, again, as you mentioned, we don't really get to see him that much, that often, but what a way to close it out. Let the captain come out and fight for his team.
And he had a little bit of a hybrid matchup. Although it says Zangief as the marker for the W's, there were, like, I think there was like 1 or 2 weeks where he showed off the Marisa in the anger spot, perhaps. Probably not. Maybe not, because those are technically only 10 points each if I calculate that correctly. But on the other side, let's take a look. Mizuha, 40 points to his name. Pretty much down the middle. 2 with the Kami, 2 with the Mai. Pretty diverse roster to contest against. Guile, Ken, Chun-Li, Blanca. Not too bad. Not too bad. But against Marisa, whole different story.
We have this discussion off stream a little bit prior during production time when we were getting the tech check going. Like Marisa players, I feel like their coins are going up recently. You had mentioned Infectious, seen over at Street Fighter EU. Even though it's modern, good to see that character get that representation. Overall, maybe Johnny isn't having the same sort of mark out here in Street Fighter League, but it is good to see this character still be a prominent point. We've seen her over in World Warriors, some of the tournaments too as well, and she seems like a good addition for like Geef players. Maybe they could have like a better matchups where they pick a different character, but I think if you're looking for something somewhat similar in terms of like pokes and being able to have an armored option on defense and for offense, Marisa kind of has you. So Itabashi, previously in Street Fighter 5 played like Abigail with his Geef and G also as well. So he's no stranger to having like a secondary character to his Geef.
Perhaps, yeah. We are going to get the interview coming in from both ends momentarily. Mizuha coming in with his statement. I prepare for any player on DFM for the anchor spot. I will do my best. Pretty generic, but also, what else more can you really say about it? He's got to be feeling pretty all right. Like, he's just, at this point, getting his practice in. I wonder what Itabashi has to say going into his. We're going to get his interview prepped and ready soon. But for the meantime, again, like, the stock value for Marisa has been kind of, like, weird, right? Like, from the... Right out the gate in Season 1, her stock value was relatively high for being a new character, and with tech being, I feel like, discovered at a pretty decent pace. Courtesy of Big Bird, primarily, and like the UAE region.
Yeah.
But in Season 2, it hasn't really been as dominant, right? Or it hasn't really shown the exact type of success. Even for like Big Bird, right? He couldn't find the success he was looking for even off of Season 1.
Well, in Season 3, though, she did get some buffs, but again, I think it's just like that power creep. But if Lily is any indication, all these characters can cook, and I think Lily's weaker than Marisa, to be honest.
Who?
By the way, Itabashi. Lily is weaker than Marisa.
Why did we talk about Lily again? Sorry, what?
In terms of like stock value of like characters can cook. Every character can cook in this game. If Lily can win a World Warrior, a stacked one, I think that Marisa can still be like a potential threat in the meta overall, you know?
I see.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Defense, though, not so much of a threat. You see him backing off from the OD, dies the lows and throws, armored option too as well, and burnout. Itabashi still fighting back.
Oosh! Right past the fan. Not dead, huh? Trying to close the gap with the Quadriga. Bang it on Mizuha, trying to press a button. Uh-oh, you're in burnout. Itabashi can't survive even with a little bit of extra health. Dude, yo, Itabashi looked mad disappointed. He was upset.
All that work for nothing. Feel it, though. Caught the backdash. The tick throw, we tech that though. Punishing the crouching medium punch with the stand fierce. Walk up throw right after. Lock him down. Anti-air, of course, using a drive rush to do so. The fireball to guide him into that approach. Hold on now.
Forward throw, overhead, clearance, yes sir, nice and easy. So much super bar left under your name, you ain't gotta worry about anything in your routes. Mizuha, pretty convincing. Game number 1.
Man, this character is all about that lockdown. The second part of the fan. I don't know what Marisa can really do to contest against that.
I'd imagine like trying to utilize armor, perhaps like with Gladius from like mid-range, but even then that's still very hard. Like if they anticipate maybe something like that, they could possibly hold on to the fan a little bit to get the charge version.
Yeah.
But this is the biggest problem. Like let's not talk about the fans. Let's talk about the potential danger that Marisa's always in once she gets thrown in the corner.
If she dies to lows and throws, and this character has some of the best throw pressure up in the business, it's going to be a very bad time, a horrible time for Marisa. All right, we'll get the overhead at the very least. Target combo, tick throw, back up in the corner, overhead lands, no follow-up because it wasn't a drive rush or a counter hit, but still, this is not where you want to be. So he jumps on out of there. Oh.
Bang! Explosive. What a huge turnaround there from Itazan. I think that was more so Mizuha's fault. Kind of slipping out of control, or not out of control, but letting go of the control that he had of Itazan once he cleared that corner, once he was able to jump over with that jump short.
We still might have to go to like the crouching medium kick range, back up a little bit, wait for those jumps. You have the fans to lock him down, you have the stand fierce and stand mediums. We'll see what he does now. Dash up throw again. Overhead, doesn't go for the trade. That stand medium can definitely do some damage. Throw. Yeah, now he's backing off. Now he knows. No jump outs here.
We get the back throw this time. Mizuha with such a big commanding lead, both in resources of life and super value. Again, Itabashi not able to get past Mizuha's threshold. I gotta say, man, again, throws are the big thing for sure. But the range that she has with some of her lows, I mean, being able to convert off of it, kind of dangerous for Marisa as well. Everything's really coming against Itabashi at this moment. Do you stick with the Marisa? Do you switch over to Zangief? It's the last game of the season. Let your heart decide, man.
Let me decide for him. Play the Geef, bro. I want to see the Geef. I want to see what's in your name. Show me the Geef, all right? I want to see the Geef. I want to see a character where I feel like he'd be a little bit more comfortable with. I don't know how many times he's played Marisa, or I'm sorry, yeah, Marisa and Geef against Mai in terms of like totality, but in terms of comfortability overall in this game, I want to see him play the Geef because I feel like he's more comfortable with that character in general. So at least he'll be more prepared maybe for certain moments or whatever. I would just rather see the Geef just as a closer, no matter what happens, if I'm being so real.
What do you think is going to happen here, Saint?
Geef. He's going to switch to Geef. I'm going to call it. I'm going to pray for it because I want it to happen. Because I don't think the Marisa was really doing too much. I mean, there were some moments, there was some damage. But in terms of, like, being able to, like, as you mentioned, have an armored approach or an armored anti-button or whatever, anti-fireball option with Gladius. Didn't even see that happen. Got thrown too much too continuously. So I want to see him poke the crouching light kick with Geef. I want to see him do stand fierce. I want to see him doing something. I want him to be interacting a lot more. Plus frames off the heavy butt, or heavy headbutt, excuse me. I want to see more. I want to see the Geef, all right? I don't think this Marisa's doing anything at all. To the wayside. Give me Geef. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I just want him to play to his utmost potential with his favorite character. I want him to end the season out with a bang. I don't see any reason to reserve your strength for anything in the future. Perhaps maybe like World Warrior ? But I don't think that's gonna be like an issue, to be honest with you. Let me double check before I like before I mess that up, I wanna check out Itabashi Zangief's current stat. Because he's already in, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's made it off of the global leaderboards. So I'd imagine him picking the Marisa would also keep his Zangief under wraps. He's trying to keep it like G13 classified, I guess. FBI only.
The redacted Geef. Trying to hide that in the background. Oh, he's pulling it out. He don't care. With the Gundam.
You got the
All right.
You got the Hiro Yui on? Hell yeah.
Oh, just communication. I like that.
That is the Gundam wing. Do not forget it. I love that whiff punish against the Fierce too. That button, very heavily utilized for a lot of Zangief players. Sometimes you gotta be ready for every version of it. Mizuha was definitely that type of ready. Look at that match point already, Mizuha! Telling Itabashi, you know, your picks don't matter to me.
He's still gonna get throw looped up in the corner. Similar story. But again, comfortability, what we're looking for here. Or we're just yet the parry. Walks out the second part of the fan. Folks, are we seeing here? For the Stand Fierce to hit the Stand Fierce right back at him. Oh, weird little in front reset right there with a crouching light kick. Headbutt for the plus frames. That's what I like to see. Plus frame city, make them guess a little bit. Force them to back off. 3-piece slap chop.
Target no might. To get the install a lot closer in terms of the life values for both ends. 55 seconds left on the clock. Adazan does it a medium kick, tries to get antsy with it. This should be more than enough damage. You got the install extra Ryuen boost, 2x, plus an enhanced level 2. That's all she wrote. Tack on that damage, 3-0. Mizuha for Team VARREL getting their big W to end the season. 3-0 against Itabashi's Marisa and the Zangief. Bodied.
Yeah. Put that man in the laundry room because he got washed. All right, that is unfortunate. I would like to see the game all the way through, but I understand the idea. If you hit them with Marisa, you could kill them before they start their pressure, but that just never really happened. And Itabashi trying to switch things up at the last moment wasn't enough. Still, though, Mizuha played that well. He adjusted to the slight mistakes that he had. You saw him back up, as you mentioned. He was a little too close for comfort. We saw some jump outs happen. With the Marisa, he said, I'll back up within that crouching mid kick or even DP range to not let you leave. And then if you try to drive rush, I have stand medium, stand fierce, whatever it may be, the stuff that stop you from happening. And again, the throws, the overhead, the lows, all those things equaling death to both characters.
Yeah, not really a threat from like every aspect. I think Mizuha just had like everything covered from like the ground game, the projectile game, the throw game. He was the complete package that was served nice and neatly. Pretty bow on top against Itabashi Zangief. There wasn't really much of a rebuttal coming from his side. He just willingly accepted the gift.
No receipt. Can't take this back to the store? No, you can't. 30 points for VARREL. Leaves in their hands only 10 to DetonatioN FocusMe's name. At least VARREL is able to hold their head up high, leaving with a W. Some of these players as well, too. Fushiwachi Mochi wasn't able to get his win, but TS showcasing what he could do out here in the league. And Mizuha switching up the Kami and Mai pretty effectively. And he himself also has been getting better, too, as well. So good to see them leave on a high note.
As long as the captain's happy. Mago seemed pretty ecstatic about it. He's like, our order, not too bad. And again, like, the potential you get out of this whole squad, like TS, Mizuha, Mochi, like, I could see extreme value out of TS and Mizuha. I could see very specific, like, niche value from Mochi. I think more of a positive than it is a negative, specifically for any of the Eds in this division. But I really would love to see Mago's Terry a little bit more. I think that would have added even a little bit more value towards the team. Like, Mago's great, obviously.
Right.
I feel like everybody's well adjusted to his jury. If I'm being frank about it, like, results-wise, I think a lot of the players here in Division F have more than prepared for both Jury and Mago's playstyle with said character.
I think Terry would have been a great addition for the team. And Doichi, obviously, you know, he had a lot of things going on, and he even said himself he would wish that next time he could give more to his team. So it's also, I think, a matter of just expanding yourself in different areas. And John Takuchi, even though he did really well with the Jamie towards the end, I feel like if he had hard luck with the Jamie at the beginning, maybe a few more W's would have came his way. But honestly, well done to him in general for how he's operating with the character that he moved lower on the tier list to, a harder character in some ways, in many ways in terms of getting your win condition off, and still doing damage against characters that he shouldn't be winning against on paper, finding new methods to operate with the character. So big ups to him. Mizuwa again, not being so risky with some of his approaches and pulling back when he needs to. I feel like this team, once again, just power crep. That's all it feels like it is. Power crep, then a few adjustments here and there and adding characters, as you mentioned, better for them.
Yeah, on the other side, Detonation FocusMe, I can't be mad at their like overall character presence with that roster. Like Goichi, Cammy, and Chun-Li, I think pretty well suited for a guy like him. Nauman with the Mai, you can't go wrong with picking top meta. Johnny Tak with the Jamie, I will agree with you for the most part. I think he's been pretty good with that character, pretty honestly. Would love to see him kind of like escalate that a little bit more, explore that a little bit more. Funny enough, I feel like something's gonna change with that character in the next season. Like, something's gotta give, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, but I feel like either way, investing in that character now seems like a pretty damn good idea.
I think so too. If like the meta shifts, or if the character shifts a little bit, I feel like he shoots up, and he's due for that. I feel like he's also has some great buffs. It's just other characters are getting bigger buffs, and he's still not in a way where looking consistent to get drinks all the time in some matchups. But maybe next season we'll have to see. Maybe Sagat too as well. Mago though says, "Let me play the extra game with John. I want to play." So he's upset he didn't get to play. He said it was Mizuwa. It was the most enhanced in our team, and I wanted to let him play in the last match. He really practiced until both his Cammy and his Mai were at the same level. There's some places this season that were probably changed. If I was able to win, I'm really sorry for the team. It was really great that we were able to stick together as a team. I thank the team for helping me out. We'll do better next season. So he even notices that if he was just a little bit more informed with maybe that character select that you mentioned, or just being a better player, that things might have changed for the team overall this season. But next season, he'll do even better.
I agree with you. I agree with his sentiments. I would hope he pulls through with it. Mago, again, extremely talented. He streams every single day, and he shows us like what his training regimen looks like, what his Valorant rank looks like. I'm totally joking, but no, like what he really goes through during like custom battles, any sort of like battle lounges. He does a great job of trying to cover his matchup spread and prepare his teammates for every single week. So I can't ever knock it against Mago. I think he did as great as he could. It just didn't work out the way he wanted to.
More credit to Mago. I was watching a thing from Tokido, and he was talking about how Mago took a visit over to the office to play against their players, play against Lashar, and beat him in casual. So like he's going around practicing with other teams and things like that, getting them prepared for whatever, or just getting practice in general. So even outside, as you mentioned, his streams, he's still out there trying to get that training on. So again, I may be adding a character, like you said, maybe a little bit more push in the next season would suit them better. But again, I don't think he played the worst. I don't feel like he was super terrible, that being, all considered.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a highlight also from YFC Mochi coming in. He's the only one of this team, I do believe, that qualified into Capcom Cup from the previous year, from being a part of the original SFL World Championships, right? They was part of a good 8 squad alongside Bugera, Kawano, Gachakun. Damn, it would have been sick to see Mago at Capcom Cup, honestly, just because I know he could put on a show in front of a big crowd like that. Like every Legendist event that Mago has been a part of has been clipped and streamlined. Like he's had such an impact towards like the Japanese FGC and a lot of the casual audiences that I think it would have added like such high entertainment value.
Hopefully through World Warrior somehow, if he makes some big W's out there, he might have to win one of those World Warriors to make that happen because the points are pretty spread out. Going to Mochi though, I knew there's a chance for Goichi that he would choose Cammy and come up against me. I don't think I did it as bad as it looked, but it wasn't a great end for me. I couldn't get a single win this season. I regret that I tried to change my moves during the season. I'm sure I will do more practice for the next season. So he mentions, like, it was difficult finding that Cammy. And honestly, it wasn't super bad, especially he started off really well. It's just that Goichi kept adding more and more and more things on there in terms of like his game plan, his approach, instead of just taking things away that would suit Cammy in that matchup overall. TSS, there were some mistakes. I didn't think it was a good matchup for me, but it was great that I was able to win today. I made sure I had my drive gauge throughout the game. I do like that he notices he kept his drive gauge up, and honestly, he did a good job of taking away the drive gauge of his opponent too as well. So I like that he was harassing with the fireballs at the very end, making sure it was up in the green so he could get that conversion to get the kill.
I'm looking for right now, like as the interviews roll in, we're getting like the final parts of TS's interview. Hello, words escape me. But looking at the leaderboards, Sahara's obviously qualified already for Capcom Cup. Hibiki is the next one up with 57 points. Goichi is right behind him with 50. That's pretty significant. Daigo has a chance because he's got 40 points, and he got second place at one of them, right under Hibiki. And funny enough, yeah, Hibiki only scored 7 points in one of his other World Warrior runs, which is kind of crazy. He went from getting 7 points to 50, getting the big W over Daigo. But looking at like the rest of the roster from the Detonation FocusMe squad, so we got Goichi in there. I don't see who else. I don't see Nauman within reach, perhaps. And I don't see John Takauchi, which is kind of messed up. But yeah, the only others that are like in there right now from like the 1st through 50th spot that I will say is in like Division F. There's only like a handful of players in there. Like, I do see, what is this? Hikaru in there.
Mizuha. Yeah.
Mizuha as well. Let's see. Higuchi's in there as well. Yeah, that's kind of tough, man. This is like a very, very difficult race. This is probably like, I mean, I think it goes without saying, this is probably the hardest race because you have that much more entrance in every single World Warrior. You have so many more landmines to go through. That's kind of difficult.
That's true. After like a few rounds, you start meeting like the Daigos, the Bonchets, and things like that. So, and players again that we don't get to see travel that are really, really dominant out there. Damn, that's gonna be great to see. I think the 30th is when we're gonna get the 4th World Warrior. But either way, that'll be for another time. Finishing up TS's interview, they said I had a lot to learn this year. The team was just great. Unfortunately, we could not get to the playoffs, but I'm very happy I was able to play in this team. I'm happy to see TS grow for being so real. Mizuha says, everyone in Detonation FocusMe has 2 or more characters. I had to practice for all the characters and the players. I feel like I was rocking today, and I thank our leader for letting me play in the anchor. My first time having 2 new players on the team, but I really had fun playing with this team. So he notices that, the difficulty of playing 2 characters and rotating them out, but again, saw that strength with having both Cammy and Mizuha Cammy and Mai throughout the entire season and being a little bit more effective. And I just like that Mizuha has been a more consistent player. I feel like sometimes we see him, he's a little bit more too aggressive. All the players out there, I've noticed that he's gotten better and, a lot more defensive when he needs to be. I guess we're getting final words here from Mago. And yeah, man, I would have loved to see Mago at Capcom Cup, bro. That would have been so sick. I don't know if he can still make it with the points being what they are, but he goes out there just to visit. Yeah, I guess it's not impossible.
Yeah,
it's impossible.
Mago is definitely out of the running. Even in like World Warrior, he's not within the top 50 unless he miraculously gets. Let me see. What's like best scenario? Obviously, he wins the last 2. He would be automatically placed up in the ranks because, if I'm not mistaken, this is a super premiere. Yeah, it is. Sorry, super region. Sorry about that. So it's possible to maybe sneak in a spot with the last 2, but I literally do not see his name within the top 50 ranks. And like from ranks 1 through 50, the bottom person at 50 is Key with 6 points. Like, Just to reach in the top 50, you need 6 points. Like, that's insane. That is crazy. That's how stacked these tournaments are. That's how many people enter these tournaments.
And the quality of the players you can see listed out there. So,
hell yeah.
Yeah, it's a 1%er right there. Good luck to him. Mago says, I'm so sorry for the fans that supported us. Unfortunately, we could not let the team proceed to the playoffs. We'll do even better. Let the fans have fun watching us play next season. I hope they return. You know, I like this team. The composition just need to have their characters more informed. And Mago pushing just a little bit further with his, and maybe pick up that Terry. You know, as you mentioned, we'll see what happens next season. But I do want to see the same composition, the same players come back to the fold.
I don't mind, like, DetonatioN FocusMe coming back with the exact same team either. Like, I still think their composition is pretty, like, it's got a lot of potential. If I were to isolate any sort of, like, weak link, and it's with the utmost respect though, right? It's always gonna lie upon who's, like, scored the least amount of points. So I'm leaning more towards, like, Itabashi Zangief, right? There has to be something. There's something that has to give with, like, his character selections. Obviously, he's not gonna let go of Zangief ever. There's got to be a way for him to, like, be influenced to change into another grappler or brawler archetype, like he did in 5, shifting over from, like, Zangief to Abigail. That'll, like, bring him a lot more fun and joy. I would put a decent amount of money to say that Itabashi Zangief might be an Alex main in 2026. I think it's a possibility. Like, someone in chat, someone immediately was like, Itabashi Alex next season, trust. I'm like, you know, that's not too far-fetched. I think there's a pretty high possibility that that'll happen.
I can see that. As you mentioned, Abigail was a switch over for him. I think he kept Geek for some matchups, and then towards the end, I think he started bringing that character back into the fold just a little bit more. But yeah, I feel like that Alex would be great for him to add. If the Marisa isn't working out, switch over to the Alex. We don't know how he's going to play, but having another grappler type archetype that maybe goes more to the brawling aspect would be great for him. So maybe that could be the switch up that he needs to be more effective in his matches and actually come off the bench a lot more and fight it out.
Yeah, I would love to get the thoughts coming in from the rest of the team. We're going to start off with John Takeuchi. I would love to see, like, his input in regards to, like, his transition over from Rashid over to Jamie and what he has plans for the future. I hope we can get those types of questions out there for John Takeuchi, because, like, I would love to see him pursue Jamie even further. I mean, I think that character just works for him. Like, he's found different perspectives and different looks on, like, how to navigate that character or pilot that character against, like, the others in the meta, and he didn't do too poorly for a character that doesn't have, like, the spotlight on him.
The way he's been evolving with, like, level 2 especially, like, getting that all built up, even, like, the first round has been nothing short of significant in terms of applying pressure, keeping pressure up, and trying to get the kill right after that. And then how he's been able to keep his health up, so he's not dying before he gets, like, two drinks or 3 drinks or whatever. I feel like also significant too as well. His neutral's gotten really, like, his neutral's really good. He's gotten way better, I feel like. And it's, again, wild to see somebody go from, like, Rashid, we have this wonderful level 2 that does so much for you, down to Jamie where you have to do. Bro, what?
Yeah, he's got it, man.
Dog. Yeah, you got it, bro. I don't know, man. Can't do analysis on that.
Yeah, he's got it. Whatever he said, I'm that. Yes. That is, yes, I agree. I agree, John.
Live your life, bro. Live your life.
You do what you got to do. Whatever makes you happy, that makes me happy as well, brother. You do you. I don't know what's going on anymore, chat. I'll be honest with you guys.
I don't either.
Like, I don't know what's going on anymore. Like, John just takes over when he feels like it. This is John's world. We're just living in it.
It's his show now. His restream now. All right, let me do a part of his interview. He said, I promised to give my best this season. I feel like I did my best, but unfortunately, I could not get the results I wanted. I feel I could have done more, and I could have won more. I'll give my heart out next season as well. The jokes were intentional as well. I wanted to make it a routine to make myself relax. And I don't think we're going to get a translation on that joke, whatever he did. So that just happened, and then there's that.
Boo. I need the producer to come in here to show us the English version of that joke ASAP. You know what? Maybe we'll petition for it next season. If John Takeuchi decides to go with the same gimmicks, I would love to hear our translator come in and just, you know, take over the call and just do it once and then peace out. You know?
Yeah. I feel like it's pretty in depth, so we'll need that assist. But again, you know, John, noticing that he did well this season, you know, I feel like, as you mentioned, a good investment character, and then next season can only be stronger. Especially because he'll have way more time with the character, and we'll actually be mainlining him. And I like that he has at least a way to kind of relax himself before battle starts, because we know how stressful Street Fighter League can be. We've seen it over in EU, in the US. You see the players talk about it constantly. We've seen it in Japan year after year.
You know, maybe we will put together a John Takeuchi joke compilation just to get like the full translation of it all. I wonder how many of these jokes are like player specific, character specific, and also region specific. Eventually we'll figure that out. Not in this hour, but you know, eventually. Damn, I forgot what I was gonna search up just now. Oh god, it's fine. Thanks, John. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now, man, personally, I had some success and some mistakes. I did better than last season, but I have a long way to go. I won half the games and lost half. At the end, we couldn't get to the playoffs. A lot of regrets with the games that I had lost. So, you know, looking back on things he couldn't do, you know, even if you are picking up a meta character, you still have to acclimate to them very well. And at this point, people have played Mai and ranked or getting ready for a tournament, that it's not a surefire W, but he did get some Ws out here. He was, what, 4-7, so he did win more than he lost overall. Well, at least coming into this, and today is different. But when you look at his results for Mai, yeah, overall he didn't do too bad with his Mai. I feel like he also won with his Kin as well, being able to switch back to that character for Dalsim. So keeping up with that character also was important for him, but it's mostly been the Mai, though. Goichi says, it's my first year that they should focus me. I was really happy to be able to play the important games, but I had to win those games. I had to let the team go to the playoffs. I'm sorry for the teams. And again, that guy's been traveling, doing multiple games, multiple tournament brackets and things like that. For him to even be at this level, to be this high up, and still do work over at like Combo Breaker, multiple games in the same day, showcases how amazing he is. Man, that guy is, within minutes, having to jump over to the next stage is incredible. That guy is ridiculous.
Yeah, my man held up the full Street Fighter 6 bracket because he was finishing up grand finals in another game, and we were in like the middle of top 8. That I actually didn't mind. Like, we took like a little bit of a break just to watch him play. That was actually kind of godlike. I was very, very happy and ecstatic for him. Like, high key, I do not mind that at all. Like, I love watching other people like succeed in other games, and even if it's like pausing some of the progression of like the actual tournament, it's like, you know what? Let it rock. As long as it's not like egregious. I think, funny enough, it really falls on the hands of the TOs as well to like get games moving to a certain manner. I think like, yeah, Combo Breaker definitely killed it when we got to see that instance. And same with CEO. CEO did a phenomenal job of being able to like multitask different headlining games and some of the players that like overlap.
I agree. You know, seeing these players be successful in multiple games, it takes a lot. Knowing that it takes a lot also kind of makes you less like upset of having to wait. In general, it wasn't even a super long time, it felt like, and you had to watch some great finals action in different games. So not like you were just sitting there watching the wall, the paint dry. But again, Goichi, you know, having to split his focus elsewhere to multiple things, something that he had noticed during and talked about, during his interview previously. So I'm glad that he is like aware of that, and I'm sure he'll be even better next year, and that means he'll be even stronger. So I expect nothing less than even more wins from Goichi next time we see him in league.
I mean, perhaps I think he's gonna have an even busier season next time, because everything's gonna be like within the same rotation of like games played. Like Goichi's gonna balance like what, maybe 3 games?
Oh, you might
I think 3 to 4 games next season. So like he might be the hottest commodity. He may not be the strongest teammate, but on an individual level, his stock value is going to be insane next season.
Damn, good luck to him. Oof, we ain't lying. I forgot about things that are coming out next year.
I do not envy his path at all. Like that is definitely the road less traveled, and for damn good reason. I mean, he's mad good, so like he deserves all the success in the world.
Yeah. Itabashi, because I'm sorry for the teams. It's great that I don't have to play when the teams were winning, but I should have played and won more for the team. I should have stayed in the extra spot. It's hard. We mentioned it. You know, Geef being counterpicked. You know, the most comfortable character. And Marisa maybe just not where he wanted her to be, and also a character that doesn't really have a lot of stock value in terms of like matchups on paper. So again, when that Alex comes out, could be seeing something different. Could see him maybe in the vanguard spot, maybe more anchor positions, more critical moments for his team, instead of just being there for the captain as like moral support in the anchor position or the extra position. Maybe more into like pivotal moments.
Yeah, I am 100% going to steal all of his tech once Alex comes out. He is going to be my #1 focus for picking up that character, or at least learning the character. But either way you spin it, man, I would love to just see that team overall thrive. I know they have the potential, and technically, again, Itabashi was one of the first champions of Street Fighter League in the very, very beginning of it all, so there is a possibility for him to come back into that type of spotlight with the teams he picks out, the teammates he picks out for himself, to say specifically. But love seeing both of these teams. VARREL, DetonatioN, FocusMe. I wish them the best going into the next season, and hopefully their characters get blessed, or may they find even more fortune picking another character, etc. But again, as it stands right now, we are getting towards the very end of Division F. We have to thank our sponsors coming through it, man. Galleria has been a very pivotal part of this season, and also towards a bunch of other esports that are prevalent in Japan. So big shout outs to them.
Shouts out to also Suzuki coming through. It's the official 2025 partner for Capcom Esports, supporting everything going on for Street Fighter League, the World Warriors, and everything in between. We've seen them do a lot of work over at the CPT events, over the major ones at least, showcasing that beautiful bike right there, the jury bike. And again, really hoping we get to see more. Maybe an Alex bike could be on the menu too as well if they want to continue the support, because they've been nothing short of a major supporter for Street Fighter League and all the things for Street Fighter 6 in general. So good to see them. I hopefully we'll get to see them at Capcom Cup. I would imagine we'll get to see that bike out there. That was one of the longer lines I've seen for something in terms of like people waiting for stuff at Capcom Cup. So I would imagine it's not going to be any shorter. And this medical book has to be something we get over at Capcom Cup. Yo, please, producers, can you hold one to the side for me and Vicious when we go out there? Because I like the Ryu one. These look so dope. The art is so slick.
I kind of want to know what like a medical book is, like in terms of like what the contents are inside of it. That'd be kind of neat to get translated. I would love to see that. Other than that, I would probably just hang it on my wall as artwork, because I have no idea what the terminology would be, even if I translated it. Heck, I might even give it to my brother or something, because he's a nurse. Who knows? But what we do know is match number 2 is going to be underway. Fukushima IBUSHIGIN versus Reject. Can Reject keep their first place spot and even increase the margin between the other two teams? We'll find out right after this. See you soon.
それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
さあ、やりましょうか。いい？これでおやすみなさい。え？そうね。さてと、さっさと片付けましょう。人使い荒いわ。速やかに消します。
大カプコン展、ついに東京で開催。世界を魅了し続けるカプコン、ゲーム作りの裏側に迫る貴重な展覧会。新たなグッズも登場。詳しくは公式サイトで。
大将は列車だと思ったでしょ。梅原先生、合計クラシックでお願いします。
なるほど。顔クラスでしたね。はい。中の方が立ってる。こい。まず攻める。梅原はバイ。
プラン考えて。甘抜けないです。パターンだけ、ぶっパターンだけ。
むずいはず。
時間かけてもいいっすよ。時間かけてもいいっすよ。
梅原考える。何を見る。削りもありえるんじゃないか。
オッケー、波動いいよ。波動超いい。
ドライブがもうないから。もうやるしかないぞ。
ナイス。
SA2 の縦の圧がある。
いやー、なんか
いや全然あるでしょ。全然ある全然ある。
あるですかね。はい。
波動拳玉抜け注意ね。
勝負。
オッケー。
強パンザーってチョップ発動中だ。
玉抜け注意です。
さすがの51、この防御力。ただ梅原が必死のごとく攻めてくる。カウンター
あるよ。
見えてくる。決まる。上落ちない。IH どうだ。ドット。漏れていってしまった。達強非常に。
ナイス。おい人来る。ありがとう。おかえり。おかえり。
ダブルピースが出た。フォローはバッチリ取りにしたらしい。あ、軸上からインパクトが
すごいいろいろあった。いいよ。
インパクト。着地を捉える。
オッケーナイスドライブ管理。いい回復。いいよ。はいはいはいナイス。今インパクト返せたな。ちょ。いいよバーティクつけて。やろう。ういうまい。いいね。
超有利だぞこれもう。これがなかなか近づけない。
すごい全部当たる。全部当たる。
いいよノリノリ。
はいナイス。ブラシ止めれるんです。
We got a real significant one going into match number 2. FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN going up against the #1 team of Division F, that is Reject. These guys are putting up quite the show this season. They have 270 points under their belt as a unit. Can they increase the lead over Hiroshima team Ikuza and secure the first place seeding going into playoffs? Or will they chill? That's pretty much it, right? I mean, as long as they get at least 20 points, they're fine. If they get 10, still a pretty decent probability that they'll retain their first placement, but it really depends right now. I do not think they're going to be letting go of any significant points. It's really up to the side of FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN to bring home this W.
You have to show out today. Last day for them. They want to leave on a high note and take down one of the top level teams, if not the top team, obviously, in this division. Would be a really good send-off. You know, really proving people wrong and showcasing what they can do. And this is how things are going to go for the playoffs. Once again, to be in that home position would be great. That second place. Third place will be away, but first place, we have one match to deal with in grand finals of the playoffs. So instead of being tired after doing one match, after doing another match with a brand new team, you can sit pretty and chill and wait out and kind of just put your feet up for a little bit and watch the matches and get a little bit of data what's coming up. So Reject, as you mentioned, would love to get this significant W to ensure themselves at that winning position. And they've always been the type to, no matter if they've already solidified themselves for the playoffs or not, want to get as many wins as possible. They're not going to be lacking behind at all, I feel.
Most definitely not. So we'll see how this plays out, right? FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN, we've talked about their teams before. We've talked about like their current progression. Although they only have 110 points to their name, it's more so like a bit of a growing pain, having to like readjust their teams. I mean, at the start of season 1, they even had Kakeru amongst their ranks. They also had another DJ player as well. The name escapes me at the moment. It was Sasamo. That's what it was. They had Sasamo on their team as well. So they've seen some significant change of season after season. I genuinely feel like there's a lot of potential with this team. One of the biggest highlights right now is where Johnny's current trajectory is in terms of like character selection and also like developing himself against the meta. Seeing Tsubasa grow from the rookie he is this season in particular into a more threatening player, and we'll find out if that's going to be true going forward. But speaking of which, let's get into it, starting from the Ascendant that is Tsubasa with that jury, and I think he easily has one of the best signatures in the game. That was actually kind of cool to see how he signed himself off in that fashion. The Fire Master. Is that what we've been calling him? Damn, I didn't even realize it. It's Torimeshi coming in with that Dulcim. Followed by the Explosive Fist. Johnny coming through with the potential Marisa pick. Then, of course, the captain with the Unyielding Spirit. The one who's been the most consistent for the squad. It is Yanai with that Bison. Although the consistency is there, it doesn't necessarily equate to a W, but he's definitely been the most contentious one out of the entire group for this season. And I would love to see him further develop this Bison as we get into it.
Good luck to them, because they're going up against the top team out here, the one that rejects all the limits of failure, Team Reject. And they have an EVO star-studded cast. Every one of these players has won an EVO in their lifetime. And man, would they like to win a Street Fighter League with what they have for the characters and the players. That'll be possible. Definitely looking to be the highest position in the playoffs. Take a closer look at Team Reject. Team Reject will be starting it off real strong with the beast, Daigo Fumihara, hot off his first win out here at Street Fighter League. That first set 3 against Goichi. That was super sick. If you didn't watch that, go back and watch that. Daigo is back. Attack on heavy take. The rumbling is coming. It's Fudo on the Ed. He's been a very standout part of his team with his Ed. Of course, Korean Golden Finger, my son, Lashar. It's a significant part of Street Fighter League with the Terry, but more so the Ed. I like the switch up of characters. Also, I keep switching up his style. Cannot forget one that rejects all the limits. It is Tokido on the Kin, the JP, the FG Scout, the genius, you want to call him. call him up for a W. This team has been super informed for the majority of Street Fighter League. They've taken some L's here and there, but overall has been able to switch it up. And with some things that I'd expect, you know, having Kensho on the squad for Tokido, haven't really seen the JP at all. Lashard mainly on the Ed, and they're all putting up the finger like that, of course, showing their signs. But I feel like this team is finally where they need to be in terms of what people would expect them to be. At the beginning of the league, everyone's like, oh, this team's going to win free. They didn't win free, but they're definitely at a point where it seems like they're there in terms of reverence.
I love that it's beanie season for the side of Daigo. Looking kind of stylish with that Red Bull. I like that. Maybe I'll ask him for one when I get over there. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, Daigo switching up the style and also switching it up on all of us. From what we saw last week, my man stepped up and did his damnedest and got the big W. We were rather impressed, 3-1 over Goichi's Chun-Li. But now let's take a look at that order. Tsubasa, Torimeshi, Yanai.
Give me Daigo first. Let's go!
Hell yeah!
Yeah! Daigo! I like that. Keep up that momentum you had from the last episode. You got that first win. Let's get another one with the BD power up too as well. Also, Kuma does well against Jerry. Tatsu with the fireballs. You have to even go for that approach this week. Just run fireballs from your own side of things to stop her from even pulling up at all. Your buttons go band to band with her. I feel like it's a matchup that Jerry players don't usually want to play in. And I think this is good for Daigo to come up and try to continue that momentum that he had previously.
Yeah, I mean, like, looking at his overall point spread, he's only got 20 points, and that was a significant one. He's only played 4 times. My man's only played 4 times. And I don't think he was ever an anchor. I think, if anything, he was more in that extra spot a good majority of the time. Tsubasa, on the other hand, got his first W in week number 6. That is brutal. The first Akuma, the only Akuma he'd ever fought off against was TS in week number 1 and falling short. Outside of that, looking at it, yeah, Daigo, although not really much of a matchup spread in regards to his overall statistics, the way he played last week, I think he's coming in with a lot of confidence.
He did play a jury. He played Mago last time in terms of like a jury player and lost that 2-1. Obviously different in terms of player and like style and like, you know, the way they have their attacks, things like that going. So it's been a while. As you mentioned, have a significant win should definitely embolden him. And again, watching the Tokido wrap-up report that he does after every single episode, it seems like the team trusts him a lot more, because even they were surprised when he wanted to go up, but he's like, I've been practicing, I've been training, and we see the results at least last time. We'll see if it carries over to this time. Tsubasa maybe hasn't had the best season. Again, I think it's one of those, I'm new to league, I'm still trying to find my way. Very late in terms of getting that 1 W so far. Let's see if we can get more. Yeah, I think he's only had 1, as you said. No, 2, excuse me. Pardon me, 2. He's had 2 wins, the 7 games that he has played in total.
Yeah, I think it's more like him just getting acclimated, as you had mentioned, just trying to find his way with the season. But he's been pretty good, like, in terms of navigating this jury. Like, we've seen the potential that he does have. We've seen, like, the kind of reads that he goes off of in certain instances with the character. It was just more so of him getting kind of warmed up. I kind of wonder where he's at in the realm of CPT in terms of, like, the World Warrior stuff, which I'm going to check into just a bit. But I didn't get to see his name. I didn't get to see his name within the top 50, actually. So I wonder what else he's been doing to kind of like sharpen his jury outside of World Warrior events. Like, how many other like outside events has he been participating in? I know like he's been very like highly anticipated as one of the premier jury players coming in from like the rookies side, but we haven't seen it just yet, have we?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, he's
as much.
He's 13th, by the way.
Oh,
he's got 32 points under his name right now in World Warrior. Pretty damn good.
That's pretty good. But in terms of like even outside of that, I haven't really seen him play too many like tournaments in terms of like the side tournaments and stuff like that they have for like sponsored events. I haven't really seen him do too much. He streams like maybe once or twice a month, it feels. And that's a different way different vibe. It's way more like relaxed and chill, having fun. Out of league, you can definitely see the stress come through. But again, it's acclimating to like the pressure of league, having to write for your tournament or team, excuse me, get as many points as possible. And if you aren't getting those points, it hurts you even more than just losing singles. It feels because you're laying down multiple people rather than just yourself. Tsubasa says, "I'm like, wow, I'm playing Daigo the Beast, but I think Reject will be nervous since they have to secure that first place position. So I'll give my best to beat him. It's the last episode, so I'll do my best for the team." That's a good point. There's Daigo the Beast, though.
I mean, I think about that, but like percentage-wise, I don't think they're going to be that pressured. Even if they lose, they need at least just one to maintain like a pretty decent lead where they put more pressure on Hiroshima Team Igusa. Like, if they lose, they get 10 points. If they lose via fashion of getting only 10 points, it can result in a tiebreaker between themselves and Hiroshima Team Igusa, depending on if Igusa can get the W over ZETA. So, probability leads to not too much pressure, I feel like, against this team. I think that's why they wouldn't mind sending in Daigo.
Yes, another good point is like, I feel like even though Daigo did well last time we saw him, it's even more so like if we needed more points to really hammer home in the W, we'd probably send up like Lishar or something like that, or another player like Fudo or whatever, this first place position. So Daigo says, I was doing a lot of jury matchup practice from the start of the season, and I'm happy to be able to play in a situation like this. Let's get to it. The first game between the two teams. And Fireball, so problematic for Jury. Her anti-Fireball stuff isn't as good as other characters. I upon like the dive kick predictably, a jump in obviously, and a little Fireball, but that won't cover the approach and stop the Fireball and clash with it. And poked out. Daigo loves these projectiles. But we're in though.
And that's the kind of style Daigo's willing to play, right? He's been much more active in comparison to the other Akumas of like chucking that plasma. I think that's just like his overall style of control in the mid-screen, right? Putting in a lot of pressure from the fireballs leads to a lot of space traps, especially from this distance. Look at how much Tsubasa is just kind of getting peppered with. Like, he hasn't found like the perfect parry to drive rush in and get a punish against it because Daigo's been I think pretty decently spaced from this far out.
Oh yeah. Exact reason why we see him in and outside that range. Over that perfect parry, drive rush, fireball. OD's gonna get the knockdown here. Lost out the overhead though. Oh,
He's trying to counter it.
Clicker button here for Tsubasa. Pops off the level 2. Interaction. Empty throw. He takes that though. OD fireball. What a fast fireball's coming here from Daigo. But too reliant upon the fireball. The problems return. You see that OD dive kick coming through. Great call from Tsubasa. The whip punish.
Not reliant on the fireball this time, or like as often. If he does, he keeps it rather tight, like outside of medium range. Much harder to react to. Oh, a little bit too far out. Crouching light kick on the drive rush. I think he could have gotten something bigger than that.
Tsubasa. So I thought ODP for the bust out. Daigo betting it big. Some distance, as you mentioned. Taking up more space. Do like this. Also trying to walk with him. Stand fierce fireball. A little bit more behind that fierce. Figure confirm would be great here from Daigo. Like a DRC cancel. Some corner carry, Ender. There's a perfect parry. Tsubasa starting to get a handle when the fireball's gonna come out. Walks out the overhead. Walking low every so often. Daigo not trying to get exposed low with a crouching beauty kick that she can present. The dive kick hits again. No shot. This is the way you die. Not just yet though. Drive reversal. Back to full screen.
Yeah, the fireball traps aren't going to be as potent, like, at least from full screen. Even if Daigo manages to close the gap with, like, a drive rush forward. Okay, this is different, right? He closes the... Oh! So I thought! Barely off the mark. My man was already taking a sip of water. He was ready for it. And then he reels back in his seat. He's like, oh, I miscalculated.
Go from I'm a genius to, oh no! Span of seconds. I gotta see him initiate a little bit more. I like the fireballs, or get more of these conversions like this. The stand fierce we've seen has been into like fireball. Now we see more of a DRC after it. Some damage taken towards the corner. We can really enact a lot more damage. The extensions that he gets. Try to walk in, the low's there. Gets him off to level 1. Oh.
I say go for the DI again, right?
Yeah, let it rip.
Not gonna do it.
That level 1. Oh.
He doesn't get the punish either way. I like that. Tsubasa still managing to clean it up. More so on the efforts of, or I guess the mistake from Daigo's sweep. No clearing the anti-air. Yo, coming in. Tsubasa with the jump roundhouse. Everything in this corner now. I see that the DI's ripped. Why not? There it is.
Oh.
In fact, I wouldn't be mad if Tsubasa did it again. He could if he wants to. But it's the perfect off of the overhead. Like, so commanding, by the way. Having that type of positioning and then shaving away some of the supers. I like that a lot. Either, like, I mean, if he went for that route, if he didn't, either way, Tsubasa, a pretty easy 2 games for him against Daigo, huh?
Yeah. Did not expect this. Expected it'll be a little bit more even. A lot more even. But honestly, like, his reads on the fireballs were great. And I think Daigo, once again, went back to that safe and solid style that we saw previously, the way he used to play, where it's fireball, fireball, fireball. Some space traps here and there with some buttons, but the buttons didn't lead to too much. It's like stand fierce fireball. It's like, okay, cool. We need more. We need more corner carry. We've got heavy kick Tatsu Ender. We need more damage off. Tsubasa was just too aware of like the time you started to see him starting to perfect parry at the very end. That second to last round. This miscalculation was unfortunate. But again, as you mentioned, the DIs were flowing way too much. There was no reaction from Daigo. And it would have worked out. Level 1 is the ender, and Tsubasa just too dominant. Daigo not making the right reads. 2 games straight, 10 points. Oof.
I definitely felt there was like a lot of things slipping away from Daigo in terms of reactions, like what he was expecting. Tsubasa, once he started to get on the offensive end, he wasn't really ready for them. Like just out the gate, Daigo tried to anti-air. Like you saw like his reaction in terms of like trying to anticipate like the jump in from Tsubasa and just missed it. Like as soon as that jump in had landed, it was pretty much over. Like Tsubasa was having the right call outs on offense against Daigo's defensive habits too. Okay, well, I was gonna say I like Fudo coming in for the second part of it, but I guess they don't. I guess they don't want to risk having like the Ed playoff against Torimeshi because we've seen. I think we've highlighted a lot of Torimeshi's strengths against the Ed matchup, although it doesn't show here in the statistics. He played off against 2 Eds. I think he still has some of the best counterplays to Ed with this character, although we didn't see it in League. Hard to call. It was like against who did he play against? I know one of them was Momochi for sure. But he also faced off against one of the other Ed players throughout the season.
Adelaide.
Let me take a quick. Was it Adelaide? Okay.
It was Adelaide, yeah.
Right on. I still think he has like a firm understanding of that matchup, and like you don't want to risk that at all. So Lashar coming in with the Terry just makes a lot more sense, just to kind of like bully him in this matchup. Yeah. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition though.
See, I believe this was one of the matches that was a complete blowout with Lashar with his Terry. He had all the spacing traps against. What sim player did he play against though? That made that happen. Let me see here.
Either had to be the only ones could be Torimeshi or Mochi, right?
Yes, making sure it wasn't a run back. So it was Mochi that he pieced up 20-0 in anchor position with the Terry. So he clearly understands that matchup. We've seen the space traps. We saw him just maul this character. I feel like the Terry players are really finding their way with this matchup overall. I feel like whenever I hear the Terry players talk about what they win in, they usually put Sim up there a lot more, and we're seeing it a lot more here from Lashar in the way that he played. So different sort of player, though. I feel like Torimeshi's way more floaty, way less grounded than Mochi. There's a little bit more tech from his side of things, so it's going to be a little bit different to deal with. But I do like that. We do see Lashar coming up, as you mentioned. Don't put up the Ed. Save him for the very end. I would save, Fudo for the very end, for example. I think that would be a good selection right there. Right now, Lashar is going to be sitting up to fight against Torimeshi.
I'm trying to find that matchup between these two the last time. Yeah, it was I want to say they got pieced up pretty hard. Yeah, so Lashar took out Yanai in the anchor spot with the Terry. Yeah, so it had to be the YC Mochi for sure. But I feel like that's, I don't know, man. I feel like it's kind of expected. Like Terry is such a bully in this matchup, in my opinion. Ground waves, power waves, etc. are pretty potent. but I think the burn knuckle is the biggest disaster against Dawson. Like, that move is just belligerent in this matchup.
He seems to let it rip continuously. It's hard to punish half the dang time when it is even minus. So it's an easy knockdown into start your sauce. So Torimeshi gonna have to be very flighty and have to avoid that, but easier said than done because we've seen Drive Rush DP against that. We see also like fake out things like Drive Rush Fireball. Could add some variance from Lashar. Torimeshi says, the last time I played with Reject, and it was offline, he told me, I'm not going to run from you, unlike someone in my team. I believed his words and practiced for Terry, but Tokido was doing the Dawson matchup, and I was worried he was going to betray what he said. So Torimeshi maybe focusing on Tokido possibly, but instead is going to be Lashar coming up with a Terry. So he's ready for it. Oh, so Lashar that said he wouldn't betray his word. Lashar said, I'm going to face you. Oh, a man of his word. I'm proud of my son. Race him right. Oh! Oh, this is what you wanted, though. How to fight Terry. Right off the rip. Crouching mini punch, drive rush. Puts you up in the corner.
Oh, perfect parry against the drive rush roundhouse. I like the swap. And I like the defense from Lashar, being able to catch the teleport as well, getting the forced knockdown into rising tackle. Damn, he is really trying to chase. Not finding the marks though. Torimeshi being able to find this control. You force the DI. I like that against Lashar. Not willing to spend the level 1. Although the level 1 wouldn't have been bad. It would have forced Torimeshi into burnout. It would have got the damage, and I think it would have got him back maybe some significant recovery from burnout. But either way, back throw now. Lashar trying to even it all out. Not in time to enforce the meaty. Torimeshi needs one more shot. Lashar actually needs one clean hit into level 2.
Can you get the
let's start.
You
got it.
What?
Yeah, that was guaranteed.
Oh my God.
That was guaranteed. That was guaranteed. Like, yeah, the amount of chip that could have been had against Torimeshi, I think I think you just force the chip out regardless instead of trying to contest, because you can't level 1 out as Dawson.
Yeah. I think they even got the OD after that in the first place. You said belligerent. Let's rip again. Tail the tape right now. That move inching forward in the knockdown. Preparing that fireball. Eating a little bit of damage here and there. OD crack shoot. Okay. Catches him as soon as he started to come down just a little bit. Side switch, teleport. Baits out the OD DP for free. Level 1, burn him out.
Damn, what a combo. That is so sick. Drive, rush forward, roundhouse, float, heavy punch on the way down because it's able to cancel faster. So you get into your actions faster. That's pretty sick. But Lashar keeping it tight still with the strings. Oh, you still get the conversion? You're actually nasty. You're actually nasty. Torimeshi only needed one more hit, one more piece of chip to go into level 1 against Lashar. That is actually insane. He kept it pretty much like airtight. There was like one small gap that he had in between like the crack shoot strings, but other than that, man, Torimeshi falling susceptible to the pressure. Jesus. Lashar is just unbothered in burnout.
Another day at the office for him. It's a quick burn, hits a heavy kick. Love to have a punish counter. No big deal though. He's got the lead. Character up in the corner. Viral interrupting. Back to kick able to hit. Level 1. Dumping out the damage. Access point for the character for that. Parry the fireballs. Try to get in. Lashar eating a little bit too much before Thanksgiving. Oh, burn knuckle. And so gets the stay fierce off. Always has been.
How do you close out the round, Torimeshi? Level 1? Yep, right past it. You know, this Lashar guy is pretty damn crafty.
I know something about the game. The fact that like the fireballs have been trying to stop the burn knuckle, and we see an adaptation around that, at least the arc. Lashar adding more and more to his game plan. Set point. Oh, catches tap parry with the throw. The toss. Look at the spacing. Try to find something like a heavy kick, a focus, a stampede kick. Here's Tormeshi. Teleport on out. There we go.
This character is something, man.
So,
oh. Even if it's not his turn, like off of the burn knuckle, I feel like at that range, from where he gets like pushed back, Dhalsim can't find like a normal to actually contest against Terry.
yeah, closest like divine kick, but even that's not that good. About like to other characters, what they would have. Let him jump in. Easier said than done. Go for any sort of shimmy attempt. I understand. Try first throw. Lashard just looking for his proper moment for the kill shot. Look at the step.
Oh, he's got it.
And gets a punish. Oh my God.
He's too good. Listen, he is just way too advanced for a lot of the players out here. Not even just in Japan, but in the world. My man Lashard is just too well studied. You thought you could whiff a button in front of him? He's like, hell no. He's actually cracked.
He is so dang cracked. What's wild is like that shimmy scenario, we've seen Tormeshi like back off a little bit, right? And then he'll do like jump back or like dash back, whatever. He won't even play a button. That was like the rare time that he did and still got punished. I cannot believe that Lashard was that ready to deal with that. And you know, just his mistakes, he's like, okay, if I'm trying to go for the aerial approach and I'm trying to hunt you down a little bit too much, let me pull back on these DPs and things like that. Let's hit the burn knuckles. And for him to survive the burnout scenario, as you mentioned there, yeah, the dash up stand fierce was going to do to survive this at a pixel health with a slight gap. And so able to run it back because he was so aggressive, he got his bar back immediately, being able to have the DRCs right after. This dude is too good. Oh my God.
Yeah, even trying to throw out a normal like that to maybe anticipate a normal or maybe to bait from further out, Lashard is just too ready regardless. Well, Reject scoring their 10 points, the 10 points they really need to actually put even more pressure on Hiroshima Team Iguza, right? Like, this forces the final match to possibly just go 40-0 for Hiroshima Team Iguza to actually get first place, unless the anchor of Reject gets the W. They just permanently retain their first place spot going into playoffs.
Be hard fought though. You know, little standout bisons in the business. But you gotta fight Fudo though, who's been a demon out here at Street Fighter League for years upon years. Obviously, we mentioned him as an Evo champion. But what matters now is the right now. This guy has been so good this season at Street Fighter, especially online and offline. Qualified for Capcom Cup over at Blink, has been doing nothing short of amazing, even up to that point, getting a lot of top 8s, doing a little Topanga League. This guy is godlike. Look at the, check the score. Look at the lights. Only a few demi parts right there, but not too many. 100 points in total for him. Dang.
That is more than exceptional, I will say that. I am kind of curious about the first week for the side of Fukushima IBUSHIGIN. Yeah, so Yanai avoided all of the eds thus far. This is his first time he's going to be pressured against one of the, what, 6 eds in Division F? It's either 4 or 6, like one of those two.
Yeah, you're right. He hasn't fought an ed in League thus far. It's an annoying matchup. I feel like whenever I talk to like Strider, I hear him talking about the match, he's like, I gotta get aerial. There's no way I can fight this on the ground. I can whiff punish these buttons if they're available, but they're not always available, not always in the proper range. So I have to go for like OD Stomp, like Devil's Reverse, the punch version, things like that. So like those feel like the access points more often than like trying to get into the ground. If you try to go scissor kick or play those scissor kick buttons, or scissor kick special move, excuse me, it's an easy punish for Ed. Crouching light kick is gonna punish that damn near every single range. The range that you can't do it at is a range where you don't want to be at in the first place. Getting in on Ed is a pain in the butt, and I can understand why he's trying to avoid those Eds primarily.
Yeah, I kind of want to see like what style Fudo's gonna come out swinging with. If he's gonna play that spacing game, if he's gonna annoy with the flickers and prevent like the I want to say like the kind of like the combative style that Yanai wants to play. I want to see him like stuff out the drive rushes. I want to see him like find preventive measures against the scissor kick. And then I also want to see what happens if like Devil's or like Shadow Rise comes into play, Devil's Reverse, Head Stomp, etc. Or will Fudo be the one coming out with aggression? Is he going to be the one to kind of enforce like offensive pressure first? Because we obviously highlight the biggest weaknesses that Bison does have, right? Not having a, I want to say like he doesn't have like a proper reversal. He really doesn't. The only way out of pressure would be via meter. So like I'd imagine if Fudo could press on the gas right out the gate, it could find a lot more benefit than not.
He's well in doing that. You know, Fudo, one of the most aggressive ends of the business. One of the most aggressive players. I feel like he gets in a mid-range. He starts getting real active with his buttons. And again, that means the scissor kicks have to be well spaced. If you whip those, that's an easy stand medium kick. Things like Flicker will keep you out. You have Odie Cycle Crusher to time that right. See what happens though. Final match.
And we do get the aggressive approach coming in from Fudo. The backdash actually away from the throw out of the corner forces Fudo off a little bit. Now we find the control style, right? Because of Yanai's pressure, the Shadow Rise, OD Shadow Rise into the head stomp, excuse me.
Like that, doing the mid screen as well. Sit back heavy kick, Cycle Crusher right after. The Oki, the jump back is there. Oh, he tried to play a button, but the heavy right back at him. Here's Fudo. Kill rush, we keep the bar. Some of those problematic points is that you get the knockdown as Ed, you get the kill rush right after, not spend any bar. The Oki is there, the pressure there. You keep the drive gauge up for the cancels. First round of Fudo so far. Anti-air.
Oh,
okay.
That's a pretty good way in. Nothing on the way down. There was a punish counter. He thought maybe he could land and do the roundhouse. Dude, Yanai is mixing the movement against Fudo so well, by the way. Level 3, hella damage coming in. But Fudo's fully locked and loaded with level 3 also. Be careful.
Don't get hit. The crumple, too far out. Couldn't do anything without DRC. The jump backs, maybe trying to avoid a scissor kick preemptively. The raw sweep will work out for Yanai. Gets the lead up. Round and round right now, but the bar all built up for Fudo. Be getting real dreamy soon. Nice interruption against the drive rush. But Fudo tries to initiate. Yanai's there with his 6th frame. Go back throw here. Drive rush jab interrupts. The bomb is off.
What do you do about this pressure? Yanai stuck within the corner thus far. Nope, not going to be able to jump for free. There was a reversal for the side of Yanai. I can't imagine what it could have been. I wasn't paying attention to the drive gauge, but Fudo able to establish that meeting. Now to level 3. How do we get the burnout to happen? Do we force Yanai to spend level 1? Perfect parry on the way through. Back throw. Tough hill to climb. On the way out for free. Back roundhouse. Catching a normal.
Watch for Fudo though, not getting opened up with the overhead. Bomb goes off. Watch your toes. Oh, he had the combo. He could have had a little bit more of that crouching medium punch. He tried to go for that aerial approach, but this time Fudo was ready. We've seen the cancels on hit in on block. Fudo steady with that anti-air. First game hit, but I get ideas from Yanai being able to cancel off a crouching medium kick and a stomp, or their buttons at therapy approach making it hard for Ed to anti-air. He's slower on the side of that kind of thing, and also hard for him to get that anti-cross up going. It's like a jump back button.
Damn, somebody in the chat said Big Mac versus Lil Mac. That's actually the most godlike reference ever. That's the most bars I've heard in months. That was, yo, kudos to you. Somebody should make you a VIP in this chat. That was pretty good.
Good job, Chad. Driver's back heavy kick instead of the throw. ODTP, reversal's working out for Fudo. And as soon as Yanai gets going, hit with the red light. Go for the DP there, the jump back almost got him. Can't even retreat. The flicker. Finding success.
Really can't. No space to breathe. Fudo playing it as he should in regards to the pressure, in regards to the momentum. But Yanai now on the other side, trying to find his way in against Fudo. Does get a punish counter against the attempted with punish normal from the side of Fudo. How do you smother him at this point, right? We have the bomb planted, back-to-back throws. Again, one of the biggest weaknesses from the side of Ed pretty much falls in the same category as Bison. Although he has an ODDP, that bad boy doesn't become active until double digits. So with that in mind, Yanai forcing that pressure, back-to-back throws. I like this start, or at least I like this rebuttal, I should say.
Nice block stream, kills some of that drive gauge. Backs away from that sensor kick play. We mentioned how difficult it is even to land on block. Put it with the punish. Straight to level 1 to kill the drive gauge. The walk up throw right after. Bust out, no super just yet. Stomp, hell parry. Still caught up on the corner. Right where Fudo wants him to be. Level 3 just yet, not built up enough. Empty lows, the trade. One hit from Fudo.
Oh!
Stop the drop gauge from regenerating, okay.
There's a possibility here, especially for Yanai. Oh, you can't escape it! You could force the burnout. Oh, sorry, not the burnout, the chip, excuse me. And he does. Either way, he actually gets the punish counter. There was an attempt at a level 3 for the side of Fudo. The Shadow Rise comes in clutch again. That's been like getting the most mileage for Yanai thus far. He's got frequent flyer miles on the Shadow Rise. And Fudo has just been left behind in the dust every single time these interactions had occurred.
We talked about how significant it is to take this guy's where hard for him to anti-air. It's weird for him to like try to find like a way to cross or deal with cross-ups. In general, the aerial approach is hard to deal with for Ed, and he sees that. He's been doing the charge up, crouch, even kick into the stomp, even mid-screen. Sometimes you see that as like a media option or whatever when they wake up. They'll switch up the pacing, but that has been a continuous threat, and Ed has no way to really continuously deal with that. And Fudo also as well. Yanai's getting a lot more reward off his conversions, his combos, more bombs are on, so there's more stress, and there's more instances of being burnout against Ed, which Bison loves to do. On the back foot, similar ideas you mentioned. You really have those bust out opportunities with ODDP. You don't really have the same sort of reversal as other characters. Yanai's riding with that.
We did preface like during the introduction to the teams of like Yanai having like the most potential right now as the captain and also like as a threat for the rest of the teams here at SFL League. And he's really earning his keep. He's proving his worth. He's earning his keep. He's keeping it so close to contention in comparison like to the rest of the cast. Although like Tsubasa got a W today, like the overall presence that Yanai has in the anchor spot has just been so deadly. There's been so much potential from this cat, and especially against someone like Fudo. Although it's like, I think Fudo really thrives under pressure in longer sets. We've seen that definitely exemplified over at Blink Respawn against Momochi coming in from like the loser side of Grand Finals.
Yeah.
I think overall Yanai's navigating this matchup rather well.
He's doing a really good job of switching up his pacing, the timing that he goes in for these stomps and things like that. It's not just like an immediacy for some of the buttons. And again, the reward that he's getting off some of the interactions into bomb, into lead ups right after, and aiming for the drive gauge are all leading up to W. Let's see if we can continue it. He starts off strong. It's a trade combo. Scissor kick, the back fist right after, up in the corner. Again, finds an opening. Oh my God, how many times will we do it for a side switch and also to put pressure on Fudo? Oh, and again with the OD, this dog is getting aerial with the jump man. The big out drive first leg kick, you thought it's gonna be a throw? Stay sucker free, you're 9. Round up.
The drive reversal, a little bit too close either way. The sweep definitely getting punished. I like to dump out to level 1. We do get the burnout. Fudo being able to cover the skies, being able to get the juggle as well. Nice and easy. That's all she wrote. Force the level 1 out of him. No, he's not going to do it. I mean, he has so much life ahead of him. Excuse me. It didn't really matter. Fudo being able to get whatever sequence he wanted into the chip damage. Nice work.
Nice interrupt for the jab. Again, hitting with the back fist. Link DP is there. Now Fudo with a few more bust outs. Proper spacing for the anti-airs to work out now. Fireball to help control the grounded game. Oh, the kill rush back. Wasn't able to push all that, but I do like him avoiding. You're still caught up in the corner, catching the case. Like heavy kick, a little plus right after the throw. No. Oh, staggers and stand medium.
Oh. The wave.
That call?
What a conversion! Double flicker. Dude, that normal is so problematic. Like the neutral jump coming in from Ed and having that much range on the way down, that is rough to even try to sneak in under.
It's one of those things where you might be going for a drive rush, a dash up, a walk in, or even like a scissor kick. It's a typical tool like neutral jump would be used against Bison, and that happened to work out right there in the full conversion to level 3. The fact that he tagged them though to a full conversion to kill, man, I like how he's running it back too. Fireballs, flickers, be able to have that effective range where a jump will be, he'll be ready to see it come through and be able to have the properly timed DP if he needs to on a regular jump at the very least. I like the adjustments from Fudo.
Damn, what does Yanai need to do to come back from that? I think he was playing it so well, like even in like right out the gate. But Fudo, he comes in with so many different looks, man. It's like always surprising.
I don't know. I'd say you have to add a little bit more OD Psycho Crusher in this against like the flicker and the fireball. But even then, the variance that he has with the fireballs, the spacing that he's at, the jump backs, the neutral jumps, it makes it hard to say, well, use more of the special moves now to get in because he's also ready for that. We just saw that against like a walk up. I would imagine he'll be ready for an OD Psycho Crusher, a scissor kick in that way too as well. Like I feel like he just will add more to the game plan. So I don't know in full what Yanai needs to do to get in again besides doing the aerial approach, which is starting to, I won't say get snuffed out completely, but partially in terms of like the normal jumps. It's not landing as much as Yanai wants it to.
I'm trying to look at like the hitboxes on jumping medium punch and also like jump heavy punch. Or sorry, jump medium kick and jump heavy kick. These things are mad far. Like it's insanely far. Yeah, this character is kind of ridiculous. Like you can bait somebody out mid-range and you still get like a full-on punish because of like the range he has on the ground as well. Like on top of that, like this character's kind of sick, man. Like you can go right into crouching medium kick and get a conversion. Like that's kind of cool, man. A little bit problematic for people like facing off against it, but like just the idea of like the redesign of Ed is pretty well put together. At least I think so.
Oh, he's 10 times cooler. Oh, he's 10 times cooler. Way cooler. Way more, in my opinion, like way more fun to watch. It's like a structured game plan for the character, like the players. Way better. Way better. It's working out right now. Fudo. All the pressure in the world, the variance with the fireballs, the normals, the neutral jumps as we saw at the ender. And his DP ratio has been pretty good. We haven't really seen a lot of base from Yanai just yet. Wiggling comes up when I feel like Fudo's kind of stressed. We're on the back foot. Jump back again. No button, but the idea again is there.
Already pretty much down in the drive cage is Yanai. Kind of suffering from that. Not really much he can do. I mean, he has to kind of like fall back and wait for his drive gauge to really come back in order to initiate. But the burnout is here instead. Fudo absolutely locking down pinpoint by pinpoint. Like thoroughly breaking down Yanai's defenses.
Oh, too far for the driver shaft to hit. Gonna punish. Yanai back with bar. But about to be 6 feet under the whip punish. Fudo ready at every space. He sends him off with the level 1. Set point. It's so difficult, as you mentioned. Like, my man was in burnout. Couldn't really initiate too much. He did have a little bit lead out towards the corner, outside the corner, but not too much right after.
There we go. The big starter for the side of Yanai. Did you see him capitalize on this? Oh, that trade-off? Okay. Not going to be able to get a 4-frame trade.
Plus, back heavy kick. Get the counter combo. Try to readjust. Fudo ready with the anti-air this time against the OD Stomp. Take the turn back. Goes to frames. Pull him close. Only for the strike. Stand fierce. No throw in that range. Slide. Good read. Risky, but it works out. Driver's throw. No tap barrier here from Pluto. The backdash.
He went for backdash twice? How did he know? Like, how did he know to stick to that option? And he manages to land the dream combo on top of that. Fudo is unstoppable. He's got so much drive gauge left as well. Level 1, that should be enough. It is. Yo, Fudo securing first place for Team Reject. He went for back-to-back backdashes. He knew damn well Yanai was eventually gonna go for the throw. What a machine, dude. Like, I don't know, man. Fudo's built different. This guy is so sick.
I feel like no matter what the matchup is, the way that he played this overall was so insane in terms of like the adaptations. Again, up in the corner, OD stomp, painful. But the time to have a DP off against that, it's like, okay, that caught me a few times, no longer. Especially when I'm up in the corner when things could get dicey, when get the knockdown, he gets the advantage from there. Even after like some of the bombs had landed, you saw OD DP where he could have died for that. For him to have the defensive tendencies to be so active with, as you mentioned, 2 backdashes, OD DP, which I don't even think got baited out once, if I'm not mistaken, shows to me that he is so ready for anything that Yanai wants to do when he gets knocked down. And the offense has stopped him from coming through, checking for the most part and challenging with flicker, the fireballs, additive normals, and things like that. With punishing, we saw him walk back a little bit to avoid the crouch immediate kick shimmy scenario and get a punish immediately. Like, he just knew the script intrinsically. Whoever spoiled him helped give him the win, but this man was just so informed how to fight Yanai and Bison overall.
It's not to say without like Yanai showcasing some really good looks in regards to like what he needs to do to navigate the matchup, or at least like sneak in a couple of hits. I really appreciated his overall game plan, but I think if anything, Fudo really forced him out of positioning because of the resource management. Like, anytime Yanai did not have like a single hit to him to do like a driver's cancel, or if he did not have enough to go into any sort of like OD maneuvering, it was hunting season, it felt like, for Fudo. Like, he had his guns ready. He was totally out there in the woods. He's like, I am going to make sure I find the mark.
He found his wabbit, took it the W, and that's 30 points, reject. We see IBUSHIGIN going down with only 10. But again, man, this entire team has played so well. Maybe not Daigo today, but overall I feel like in the playoffs he'll play even better. But man, just the strength, the game planning, you can see from every one of these players. Lashar, even up to that point, you know, even today, how he played around the sim, ready to fight that character and said, I'll fight you. If I see you in these streets, it's on sight. Don't run for me. I do like that energy, but Reject, well done for them. 30 points. Daigo might be the only like X factor, I guess, weakest link if we had to point one out. But if he can play like he did the last time we saw him play, not today, but the last time, this entire team will be a huge threat of the playoffs. Undeniably, a biggest threat.
Yeah, so this is the part where we do get like the final thoughts, the final interviews in regards to like the matchup, their final thoughts going into the playoffs from both ends. Really, we get to see like a couple of like parting words also from the teams that do not get to make it. FUKUSHIMA, IBUSHIGIN, I'm sure they have a lot to say. But on top of that, just to kind of get you guys prepared for what's to come in match number 3, ZETA Division and Hiroshima Team Ikusa, right? The first time they met in this league was back in October 17th, and it went down via a tiebreaker. Hiroshima Team Ikusa ended up getting the W overall off a technicality, really. So Akira got his W over Momochi 2-1. Hibiki got his W over Higuchi 2-0. Adley fell short to Hikaru. Ed versus Aki 2-3. But this was at the time period where Kakeru was not available. So Ikusa technically does run away with a 2-0. And that heavily puts them at an advantage in terms of like the match differential. So if there is a tiebreaker that occurs between Hiroshima Team Ikusa and ZETA Division, like meaning if ZETA Division manages to score a full 40 bomber against Hiroshima Team Ikusa, I'm almost certain that Hiroshima Team Ikusa would have the better game differential and will still retain their second place positioning. Although, there could be a surprise if the statistician behind the production team lets me know eventually. If the tiebreaker does happen, we still have to calculate it out to see who actually had the better differential. And overall, Hiroshima Team Ikusa, they've had some really close calls. They've had some really significant W's on the way over here. Like, they surprisingly have been the team to beat for the first half. So, hard to call. I think there were a lot of W's left on the wayside from the side of ZETA division where they had to give up the anchor matches. Or not anchor matches, give up the extra matches because of a missing fourth person. So, I'm inclined to believe that even if ZETA division clutches out a 40 bomber, I still think Hiroshima might take it.
That's so unfortunate due to a technicality, but we'll get the full math, but I'm inclined to believe that. It would make sense. With that being said, we'll start to run that match and see what happens between the two teams, and at least see who has that W for now to the playoffs. Back to the interview. Tokido says, I was really nervous. We were afraid we'd come in second, but I'm happy the team did what we needed to do. I was really confident this year's games. We got in a good environment, and we were sure to be able to dominate this division despite the increase in level in Japan. To their credit, they haven't lost that many games, obviously, coming up to this point. That's why they're the top spot. But they did lose to VARREL 30-20, and ZETA division 30-10. And then that's really about it. The only times that they've lost were those two teams. So they weren't pristine. There are definitely leagues where in previous years where a team would just be immaculate. Maybe they lose once or something like that, but never like more than that. This is the first, maybe not first time, but we're a time where we see some of these teams bleeding a little bit more. And he's noticed that this hasn't been a free shot towards the W, free shot towards like grand finals or the playoffs.
目線になったかと思いますが、いかがでしたか？
あれやばかったな。はい、正直なんか
We're gonna get like a little bit more coming in from like from these individuals overall. But just to kind of remind you guys, like what's on the line going forward, like these guys are not only going to be making it to the playoffs, but they also have like some pretty big plays coming through for Capcom Cup overall. Right, Lashar pretty much auto-qualified from very early on, coming in from Combo Breaker. The rest of the squad, unfortunately, no Daigo. Right, Tokido was just outside of the ranking from the leaderboards. He had 10th place, I believe, with 390 points. Fudo was definitely in, just based off of his Blink performance. Right. Outside of that, I want to see where he's at in regards to. I want to see where Tokido is at specifically in regards to World Warrior. Actually, let's see if I can get that up in a quick manner, perhaps. Probably not, because my internet sucks, dude. But if and when it happens. If we can get that, which we will in just a bit. Bam, found it. Okay.
Okay.
World Warrior. Tokido is not in the running.
What?
There's no points under Tokido's name within the first 50 ranks. If he does have points, it's under 6. Damn, son. I'm surprised. That's
for some reason I thought I saw him in a top 8 or top 16. That is
not
incredible. Wow, not ever. You're not
he was the most recent top 8 he had was over in Chengdu in the loser side where Punk eliminated him with C Viper, but not in World Warrior. He has a chance though. Now he gets to like strictly focus on this next World Warrior before the playoffs happen in December 13th and 14th. So there is a possibility he could win one. He could win one and find himself with 50 points. Maybe he can get another one or at least find himself within the top 8. Like if he secures 50 points, he's automatically tied with Goichi and Seiya, which is like pretty good because they're in 3rd and 4th respectively.
So doable, but again, that's the hardest for the Warrior. So even for someone like Tokido. You got time to grind it out. Daigo, back to the interview, says, I'm really sorry for the loss. Could have a better situation in the grand finals. I was jealous of the environment Reject had last year, and I was able to use that environment this season. Should have done better in this circumstance. Lashar says, it was the first time I practiced just for one player. I really wanted to win today. Really happy that I was able to win. I wouldn't have played any other character if it wasn't this division. And I played Terry, but it turned out very well. So that was nice. So I'm surprised to hear that he's like never really focused for like just one player, but I guess that makes sense because that's not really style. It's like a Daigo Tokido style, I guess. And Lashar is more of I'll play against any matchup, any person, no matter what. But it's good that he hyper-focused, and we saw the results. Like, my man was ready against everything. The space traps were there. The ideation in terms of, like, what to do in the matchup was there. The strings were there. And Burnout, my man was ready for every bit of every matchup. Fudo, I'm happy for the win, but I could have done better at the combo. There's a lot to make better even in a game that I won. I think I was able to help Lashar this year and let him play with confidence. But I could do the same with future games.
こちらプレーオフにつきましては全試合終了後にリーダーの時戸選手に
I've had a while too. I love the sentiment behind it, making sure that they guide Lashar as much as possible. But Lashar, I don't even think he needs it. I'll be honest with you. He has just been so dominant. Like, he has been in the contention. What is happening? What does this look? Is Fudo showing his old man face? What is happening? Is he doing the dad face? Other than that, I do really enjoy the sentiment between like Fudo and Lashar, or at least Fudo's intentions towards Lashar, like trying to like make sure he improves as well, because it only makes him stronger in the end as well. It's the reasoning why I say that is because obviously they're both going to be facing off against each other at Capcom Cup. Right, they're both qualified in. Yeah. I just pray that they don't have to fight each other. At least in the first parts of it.
Yeah. Top 8, maybe inevitable, but yeah, hopefully not having to have a team kill out there. Right now, they can focus on being a team. Tokido says, thanks to all the fans of Reject Street Fighter League. Really happy we're able to get the first place. We'd like to play for the World Championships. We'll do our best for the rest of the games as well. We're sitting pretty right now. Grand Finals area right there, cooling. And that means they only have to fight one match, thankfully. We're in the losers interview. FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN, as you mentioned, having some growing pains from the players. Some of the choices of characters possibly, and maybe some of the players trying to fit the meta with the characters. We see Marisa work, but I think for Johnny, he has to find his way in this game. I don't get to see him too often play. He has his streams sometimes, and I don't feel like he's really playing on his streams. He's kind of having a yak fest like me. So like, I don't think I get to see him that much in terms of like, I'm entering a side tournament or whatever, or I'm doing this and that, or practicing this thing like I see Momochi or other players do. So I want to see more from him in the next season.
I had only been introduced to his like social media by proxy, and I really want to know how he fares up in the future as well. I think he's got a lot of promise to him. I mean, there are like a handful of rookies here that really like showing their worth and really like earn their keep. Obviously Sahara being one of them, but Tsubasa, if he could be a little bit more world traveled, if the opportunity comes for him, I think he could greatly improve. He definitely has the mindset for it.
Yeah, that's a good point because he hasn't really been able to leave too much out of Japan. I don't know if he has in general. I remember the last time, or the first time we ever saw him was like that CPT in Japan last season. We got like top 16. So like that was like him showing out, but that was in the confines of his own country. So I think if he had that world travel, you know, that practice against other players and things like that, other sorts of scenes and their game plans and their play styles, it would help him out so much more. And again, another season of Street Fighter League, it'll mean he's more informed, he's more practiced, he knows what's coming, so he shouldn't be nearly as stressed out. So I think that next season, if we see him, he'll be a good addition, even better addition.
And one of my favorite players to like dive into and watch overall, Torimeshi. I've had the luxury of being able to like check out some of his streams and like some of the tournaments he gets to participate in. And this guy is like, he is, I feel like, the biggest fish in his pond. Like, even if he does like some of the local tournaments, like I'll catch some of like the random arcade tournaments that he's a part of, like after he finishes working. And this guy just dominates everybody, dude. Like, he makes it feel like a whole different tier between like
このチームもすごくいいチームなんで、
I want to say
一から
advanced level play and pro level play. Like this definitely got, this guy definitely clears everybody at his locals a ton.
一つ訂正したいことがあって、なんか
That's cool though. You know, even though it might seem from like outlookers or onlookers, excuse me, that like this guy's coming to clean up his locals, like his top players just there to wash everybody up. It definitely helps to raise the level out there. I'm sure those players are getting better and better having that access to like a pro player. But I'm sure it does suck to have to see, oh, here comes Torimeshi taking our whatever. I don't know if they have a prize pool out there, but still. Well, you'll get that good practice. But I think he's active. He's active in other tournaments, as you mentioned. He's streaming a lot. He's showcasing his tech on Twitter, on his Twitch when he's streaming. So I think he's very active and open about stuff. But Tsubasa, we're gonna get his interview real quick. I couldn't do well in the beginning of the season, and I was really nervous in games. But as I practiced with the team, I was able to get a grip on how to win. I want to play in the same team next season as well, and I'll get stronger to win a spot for next season. So again, he mentioned the nerves. The nerves are big out here in Street Fighter League. You've heard it from every player around the world. It's a real deal thing out here in League.
Yeah. And then Torimeshi chiming in, as much as we had kind of like held his praises or like spoken his praises. He acknowledges it for himself as well. He says, I was doing well this season as an individual, but could not help the team. I mean, like, you helped as much as you could as an individual, to be honest with you. And then he said, I was really sorry for the fans and the team.
It's good to see them like apologetic, but again, as you mentioned, Torimeshi did as well as he could. You know, fighting matchups that weren't so favorable for him. In fact, let me take a look. I think there was something significant that he won in terms of like a matchup that was bad for Sim. There were moments where he did well, even though he lost. But let me check the ones that he won, or at least got close to. Yeah, he didn't have a bad time against Rashid. In fact, he won that against John Takuchi. But that was a 20 bomber right there. So, you know, moments like that are in there. And we see him at EWC, and I'm sure at those tournaments, as you mentioned, like he's better off than he thinks. But, you know, they take it really hard out here. You know, you're losing for the team. You're not getting the points that you want. You're feeling even worse about it. But he didn't do too bad. I would like to see him return. And I think he could be implementing maybe even more if the meta changes a little bit to allow Sim to be even stronger. I don't know if we want that kind of meta for Sim to be that strong, because honestly, he's not really that bad. It's just implementing him in the away side of things is kind of key. But I'm sure that will be figured out even more so next season.
Yeah, I definitely want to see, like, I really need Johnny to adapt to the meta. That's it. In terms of, like, his decision-making, matchup knowledge against the characters he has to potentially face off against every single week. I don't even think it's, like, the character's fault. Like, there are definitely some tendencies that he has that is, like, a firmware or so away from what he needs to actually accomplish. His data is just a little bit outdated, just slightly, in my opinion.
Just a little bit. Yeah. Windows 10 instead of 11. You know, I remember the matchup that he had with Goichi. He was so close to winning. In fact, it was, I think, last round, if I'm not mistaken, or at least it was the last game. It was like 2 games up. Johnny had and Goichi make the adjustments there. But I think you're right. Just a few more updates, or even one update away from being a really prominent player. If someone like Infection could do it with Modern, I feel like Johnny can definitely do so as well. Johnny says, it's my first experience having to change teams and having new players on the team. I had a fantastic time with my team, staff, and fans. Thank everybody for this wonderful season. And I want to see more Johnny. I definitely want to see him come through. Maybe he is also an Alex player. Maybe that's another player that might switch over to Alex when he drops, if it's the type of character that he'd like to play, or that's his style. Let's see him at least test it out.
We are getting the conclusion coming in from Yonai. Honestly, yeah, I'm a fan of this cat. I had the luxury of being able to, like, meet him once in Tokyo randomly at an event. I got to talk to him a little bit, but the things we talked about weren't really 6 related. It was like, why did he pick G? And he just thought he was a really cool character. When he was wrecking shop in 5 with that character. He even still does, like, his pose every so often. He'll do, like, the whole finger point thing every so often.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think he's a really talented player, man. He's a lot taller in person too. But yeah, I think he's got, like, amazing potential ahead of him going into the rest of whatever he decides to get into, like whether he wants to participate in World Warriors, which he has been, whether he comes back for Street Fighter League. I think he's a competent captain, and he also leads pretty well with the matchup knowledge he puts himself through and his execution for game plan. Although he hasn't like cleared anybody consistently, he still has the idea. He just needs to find a way to close. Like, he's just one of those cats that just hasn't been like the closer yet.
Whether it be like certain moments, like games in full, you're definitely right. Like, he has the tech. Like, I watched a lot of Yanai. Shows like what they do for like matchups and stuff. And we saw it today with Ed. It's just trying to find the moments to close things out in full, you know, or avoid moments where you can't close out when you keep your drive gauge up. So maybe more perfect parries here and there and more reads on that element. But honestly, he's not that far away. I like to see Yanai play a lot more in terms of like the Street Fighter League standings. I'd like to see him return as a captain, but that is the end for FUKUSHIMA IBUSHIGIN. But just the beginning for Reject as they march towards the playoffs, the top position. That means we have ZETA Division Geekly going up against Hiroshima Team Itsuka to finalize things as our marquee match of the day. You do not want to miss how this goes down. No matter what the points are, it's still a preview, an appetizer, or a full course appetizer before we get to the real deal playoffs. They're going to be playing at their best no matter what. And maybe they'll try to hide some things here and there, but I feel like they're going to try to go as 100% as possible. Maybe use any sticks. Milo honestly has some of the best right here. I haven't got to try and play, but every time it comes up on the screen, the extra features make me... I need this. I just need to have this. To be able to have the extension cord right there that kind of fits right back. Don't have to wrap around my stick. The buttons look great. The quality from what you and other people have said feels great. And being able to unhinge the stick and put it in the back, that all seems like it was made by somebody that understands the pain points of people that play fighting games.
Yeah, just very sleek looking overall, right? Simplistic design, good accessibility to buttons on the top as well, versatility amongst like different consoles. Pretty important in the current day and age, just having that type of convenience. So convenience for travel, convenience for versatility, sleek looking designs, those three things, nice and easy. We did have that luxury of being able to catch some of the other versions in terms of like the color schemes over at EVO Las Vegas. That gold one was probably the most aesthetically pleasing. Even the buttons look, they're rather different in comparison to other color schemes that we've seen thus far. And I kind of dig it. So I'm liking the current direction of where they're at. I know they're still like sort of new to the game. We've seen them introducing their leverless version last season, and now they're coming in with like an actual lever version this season. So I want to see how far they go in terms of like other designs going forward.
Ooh, I'm going to start putting pads out there too as well. Right now, got the sticks. I'm going to go showing it off. Dang, I need one so bad. The fact that you get the lash, the holder, and you get to have the strap to put on your shoulder. You're not just carrying it around in a book bag. But they're also like designed in a way where I could fit them in a normal backpack and then take them with me like, throughout the airport and stuff like that too. So it looks like they're not super like, you know, heavy or just in general like too big to carry around in a backpack with other things in it.
Yeah, eventually I need to convert over to something more compact. I have to bring my like Obsidian soon. I have to bring it with me because I normally don't bring like a fight stick with me. I'll bring like a pad or like a leverless or whatever. But like I got to do like an exhibition out in Thailand and I have to bring on my full-on stick. And I'm just like, man, I don't want to do all that. I use my like, I'll use like my backpacks to like store more clothes or an extra pair of shoes just in case, or any sort of like souvenirs for friends or whatever. But it's like, I would love to actually get my hands on something a little bit more compact than like just like this as well. I think it's super convenient for everybody that travels, or any player that travels really, even from like local to local. I think this is easily one of the more like convenient sticks out there.
Need more of these. The features that are on there are so sick. They get the cord, being able to have that extended and just pull it back like that to pull it right back in. That's great. But also, what's great, Feastbo, again, doing these interviews and also doing a recap of the entirety of the season before we get to the playoffs. Catch this on the 7th. Looks like they'll be doing it, Hamiko and Storm Kubo joining them. Feastbo, again, so thank you so much for your efforts, for the interviews that you've done. You know, people, please show them support, show them love. Even if it's, you know, within your native language, go say hi to them, hello, say thank you so much. Show them that, you know, we at the FGC thank them for what they're doing.
And also big shout out to Storm Kubo being having that full transition of like commentator too. I know he still plays, by the way. I did get to like talk to him on the side, asked him if he's still like trying to stay sharp, and if he's like, of course. Like I wouldn't want to have it any other way because he still enjoys playing the game. Also alongside Hamiko. Love seeing that for them. I love seeing everybody like really come together to deliver a really great product too over at Super League Japan over at the desk. And of course they got to be energized with the Red Bull, a brand new version. Although the same energy drink, you get a little bit more punch to it when it comes to the bottled version. A little bit extra to it. I think it's going to be exclusive in Japan. I think they do out like different testing per region. So I will definitely force Tasty Steve to try one of these and report back because I'm not going to be there anytime soon.
I'll give the review. Like to see it. You know, for someone that's a klutz like me, this is perfect. So I'm not knocking this over while I'm commentating or swinging my arms around when something hype is happening. Thank you, Red Bull, for helping klutzes like me and also giving me a little bit more in store with that. That's super sick. Shouts out to Red Bull and shouts out to Geekly coming through as a sponsor for the league. We're seeing more and more sponsors out here, more and more people join up to help out with the league. Their team is obviously out here. In fact, they're coming up next. In fact, it's going to be a last match. ZETA Division Geekly, so they'll be watching with eyes wide open. So they have to fight Hiroshima Team Itsuka as the final match of the day to determine who is the stronger team, at least until we get to the playoffs. Give you a preview of what is to come. And as the final match of regulation play, it's going to be an absolute banger. You do not want to miss it. ZETA Division Geekly surviving after unfortunately losing Kakeru, who's had some problems. Hopefully he is doing well. I've seen him on CFN. Hopefully he gets to chill out and watch this action. Root on his team. Last match, ZETA Division Geekly versus Hiroshima Team Itsuka after this break.
ZETA Division Geekly 対広島チームイクサの模様をお届けしてまいります。再開は約8分後の21時42分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
大カプコン展ついに東京で開催。世界を魅了し続けるカプコン、ゲーム作りの裏側に迫る貴重な展覧会。新たなグッズも登場。詳しくは公式サイトで。
勝ってね、ゼータの守護神になれればいいなと思います。
上、アウチ。
パニカンしてる。パリーの終わり際がうまく。
さすがに不損だね今のは。
ゆっくりゆっくり。近い口。だー、待っていたー。思いは尋常ではなかった。
ナイス。ナイス。ナイスナイス。
ゴリラなんだけどね。
俺とアキラと響のそれぞれのアドバイスをね、全部できてた。
中継中パンチで。でそれを読んで
インターバル取るか。オッケーそうです。
歩きガードもうちょい頑張れるといいかもね。
おーし、でかいでかいでかい。
超良くなった。
超良くなった超良くなった。
もし超怖かったら置き攻め垂直ジャンプダイパン1回ぐらい見せてもいいと思うよ。
わかりました。
置き攻めが怖い時。
ほい、さっきね、ナイスアキラ、ナイスアキラ。飛びなんか向こうしゃがみ中パンでジャンプ中継かわそうとしてるから、ジャンプ大パンの方がいいね。
あえ、やっと通った飛び。
オッケー。
初めてじゃない飛び通ったの。
あいえ。
そう、ジャンプ大パン。ありがとう俺。やべえ。
And we are back with our final match, regulation play. I cannot believe I'm saying it. I'm so sad to even say it, but it's gotta get done. It's time. ZETA Division Geekly versus Hiroshima Team Itsuka is coming up next.
Well, match number 3 underway. St. Cola might have been muted. No idea if that's true or not, but I'll tell you what, man, this is gonna be a banger. ZETA Division versus Hiroshima Team Ikusa. This is a battle for second, potentially. However, it's more so inclined to be in the favor of Hiroshima Team Ikusa. due to the current spread.
このバトルの得失点が現在、14ぐらい離れてると、じゃあ14離れてるというところがあるので、もし、ゼータディビジョンギークリーが1バトルも落とさずに、
Are we back? I think we're back.
そうなって並ぶとラウンド得失になるんですね。1バトルも落とさずに、かつラウンドも
I think we're good. Okay. Back into it. You're talking about how this is more in Hiroshima's hands right now? Talk to me more.
I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a banger. I mean, what else can really be expected, honestly? So what we did say, obviously, Senkola prefaced it with how much of a banger this is going to be, which is highly true. And then I followed up with how this is pretty much contention for second place. If Hiroshima can score any sort of points, they secure second place. If Zeta Division scores the 40 bomber, we really have to go down to the match differential to see who gets that spot.
Chico Integrity, Yamaguchi. Maybe we'll see him play today. Maybe not. We'll definitely see him at the playoffs no matter what. We'll see if he pulls up for a team with that mind. The chosen one. That dude is poison. It's Hikaru coming through with the Aki. And maybe even the Blanca if need be to switch things up for the matchup spread. After that, the prodigy, the golden child. Higuchi staying golden out here with that guy. Some pretty significant wins in the most recent time. All led by the silent ninja blade, the leader of the Shinobiisms. It's Momochi on the end. And this team, despite having an unfortunate loss of a player, has still been able to stay solid, even up to this point, and qualify for the playoffs. It's just a matter of where they're gonna be at.
ゼータディビジョンギークリーの入場でした。続いては
One
ホー
of
ム
these.
ド
One of
ア
them.
選手入場です。
I never get it right. I always mess that one up. But I definitely won't flub up the intro for this one. Hiroshima Team Ikuza, the dark horse coming into it. Quite honestly, they have had a huge improvement from the previous season up until this point. And it's not by the means of any single individual. It's because of the full impact of the unit of the entire team. Let's take a closer look at this team coming in. Young man sees the future. Adelie coming in as one of the better rookies of this season with that very impressive Ed. Lightning fast as always. You could expect it from that Cammy. It is Akira as well. Doing a great job this season. One of the top point earners in the region for the World Warrior of Japan, it is Hibiki with the grappler instinct. Last but not least, the duelist, Aqua. And what a name so fitting for someone so involved in the inner workings of Street Fighter, right? He had done so many different rebroadcasts from Street Fighter League prior, if he wasn't involved in it directly. He has been such a pivotal coach towards the improvement of his players and understands what needs to be done like week after week. And I think his leadership has proven to be one of the best. I think he's probably one of the best coaches out here in Street Fighter League in both divisions. I think he's handled himself quite well. He's adjusted to every single challenge that's thrown at him in terms of like player order. And also, even if he wasn't that way, I think the title for Duelist makes sense because he was a former card game producer. And it's kind of godlike that he is. So, yeah, I mean, I always want to pick his brain about that kind of conversation with his former occupation. So, eventually I will. That's one of my dream goals, is to talk card game shop with Aqua. But either way, I digress. Higuchi with the Guile up front. Hikaru with the Aki up second. Momochi with the Ed, because Yamaguchi is still unable to be moved outside of the extra position due to a technicality.
This order we see continuously with Higuchi and Hikaru moved around, as you mentioned, and Momochi usually in the anchor position, which usually is the way things should go. I am surprised we're sealing Hibiki up against Higuchi against the Guile matchup willingly. Huh.
Dude, his okay, so like his understanding against like what needs to be done against projectile archetype characters or characters that just have projectiles in general are so sound. His perfect parries to bully spaces to bully within the mid-range is so good. I think he has like one of the higher like perfect parry percentages against fireballs in comparison to the rest of Division F.
That makes sense, yeah. And the way he pokes stand medium and delay crushing fierce and things like that is really good. And last time they met, he did beat Higuchi. But that was a previous Higuchi. That was a Higuchi that wasn't really as active, I feel like. I think his projectile patterns were a little bit not as strong as they usually are. Nowadays, he is way different. He's way more active. He's drive rushing right after his fireballs. You can see he's way more informed in the way that he usually is instead of how he was at the start of the season. So this could be a run back that lands in Higuchi's hands. I guess you're right in terms of like the perfect parries, though. Like he is, in terms of Hibiki, he is really good about encroaching that space. We saw he walked forward against like Daigo in the World Warrior, how he's been able to maneuver one of the better fireball characters in Akuma and work around that as well. So even the matchup's not so good on paper, he has that at least locked out. How do you deal with the buttons right after, though? The overheads that could be coming through. When Higuchi wants to initiate with drive rush, overhead, or crouching medium kick to find his way in, and then set up the boom patterns again with the various with like blade and stuff like that. We'll see if Hibiki can weather the storm. But Higuchi, again, on his side of things, recently has been getting some W's. Let me see. There was some significant ones that he had with some pop-offs behind it. It was against Yanai, yeah. So we're making all the big jokes. That was the anchor position. We got the 20-0 over Yanai, and then before that he lost to Goichi. But then he beat White Shimochi in the sim matchup. So he's been having way more wins the second half of the season than not.
Yeah, that's the kind of scary thing about Higuchi. I feel like once he's like established himself, once he gets comfortable enough with like some of the matchups he's been studying for, he becomes like an unstoppable force, right? Like there's something different about like Higuchi in late game season that makes me think like he has like a bit of plot armor to him. So him being up first for ZETA Division is a pretty comfortable pick in my opinion.
Higuchi says, the last matchup, I played with him and thought it was difficult to face Lily, but we still have a chance to become second, so I'll do my best. It's wild how things change so much in terms of like a player's playstyle, how that can alter a matchup. Like as you mentioned, Higuchi having to find a person that's well more suited to like perfect parry fireballs, like the usual average Lily player that maybe doesn't do that. Maybe they rely upon the stocks, the window corridor, excuse me, Window Spire, pardon me, Window Spire to cut through the fireballs. They maybe use that more than like perfect parry. Like that's a big switch up than what you typically expect. So maybe that put him off guard last time. I'm not sure. Once again, this is a run back. We'll see what he does this time. We're waiting for the interview from Hibiki. But big ups to Hibiki, man. World Warrior winning with Lily, doing well out here in the league, even with the character that people just didn't believe in. Probably the lowest ranked character in people's minds in terms of strength, right? Maybe bottom 2, bottom 3 for many, bottom 1 for a lot of people. Showcasing that if you put the effort in, you can get those W's. See what happens here, though, in the run back.
And if he scores a W today, if he scores a W right here and now, he secures second place for his team, which gives them the home field advantage off of round 1 of playoffs. We'll see if it happens. Right now, Higuchi withstanding the slew of normals thus far, but eventually gets opened up. Another down heavy into the Spire. A bunch of these confirms coming in from Hibiki. I like the command grab off of the punish counter. Coming in from the parry.
Cheek forward with the 4 fierce, trying to find his way in. Just with the Spire. The OD corridor, the turn back, flash kick. The dash up, I like this aggression here from Higuchi. Perfect parry right back at him. Gets the punish as well. Ready gets Hibiki's assault.
Right now, it's kind of tough within the mid-range to allow Higuchi to even try to throw out a Sonic Boom. I like that, using the drive reversal just to get away from the plus frames. But still, within this mid-range, Hibiki is such a threat. I like him going for OD win stock too, just to kind of like sneak in a little bit of that win charge.
That's true. Push back, try to kill some of that drop gauge. Oh, dash up command grab. See Typhoon stocks up right after. 2 now. Baits out the drive reversal, knew something defensive was going to come through. Held back the block. And had a punch right after. The way bait decimate. All right, Hibiki.
Oh. He's going to opening out from Higuchi. He just completely whiffed That was quite the punish counter against Hibiki. You know what's mad good about that is that crouching heavy punch lowers the hurt box, like initially off of wake up, so that he's not susceptible to the meaty forward fears. That's actually mad smart. That was really sick, actually.
Wow. With attack. Down crouch fears. Like to fight to confirm. OD Sonic Boom. Faster the draw, harder the perfect parry. And that blade, again, the various, what we're looking for here. Can't just be the normal booms, gotta have faster speeds. OD behind some of these. Crush Fierce OD stocks up 2 in the back pocket. The perfect parry as he inches his way in to stay medium as the poke tool. Drive reversal, but better off for Hibiki. He'll take that. Less bar from Guile. Now the OD stocks up right after. Can waste that bar.
Oos. Hibiki's turn to shine now. Now in control. Forcing Hibiki at least 1 bar. Does it the life lead? Sneaks out the DI. Now forcing that burnout. I don't even think he needs to worry about anything else. Same thing, he just needs to finish the combo, maybe end it into a level 3, and that's all she wrote. The first game towards Higuchi.
Done and dusted. It helps that, you know, he knows the parry gameplay that you mentioned that Hibiki likes to go for, but when you're adding more variants, it's hard to find those perfect parries against like Blade. And so you're throwing out the buttons too as well, and the OD Sonic Booms. That means you have to keep your drive gauge up. Hibiki hasn't been doing too bad about deleting that department. Oh, almost got the wet punish. We'll get the crouching medium punch though. And see with the flash kick. Blade is out. Range anti-air, so I thought. Dive kick risky, but it works out.
Again, this is the adaptation we were talking about from the side of Higuchi, right? Like, second half Higuchi is just a different beast. He's navigating around some of the things he saw just off of the first round from Higuchi. Now finding the counter hit down below with the crouching medium kick. Allowed to throw at least a fireball from this range while Hibiki's getting up. I like the pressure coming in. A little bit of a threat coming in, I should say, mid-range from Higuchi.
Crushing like kick, catching the walk back from Hibiki, but it may not even matter. OD flash, they're gonna let it rip. Would have died for it. In a burn up with that level 1 behind him. Well assessed. Set point. Higuchi looking to get his revenge. OD right after, perfect. Parry finally works out. We saw before he was tapping it. With the corner. That strike though gets even more dangerous. Reversal or not, when he flash kick, able to rip though. As I say that, and working out, he'll take that crosscut DP. Not the command grab right after. Hibiki with the lead now.
Oos. Get off of me, Hibiki. Immediately taking it back in the second round with a pretty hefty life lead on top of that. Medium punch on in, does get the counter hit against them. The command grab, so ambiguous as to what kind of pressure Hibiki wants to start off with. The graces of having a command grab is just so good.
Beautiful block, and level 3 should be the finisher. Yeah, as you mentioned, like, having command grab switches up so much in terms of what you have to deal with. Even if you have a reversal, you're worried about whipping that and getting damage just dumped out. What a perfect, though, Hibiki be able to inch it forward. Perfect parry, walk, block, all those great things. Even though Higuchi's been able to initiate on his side of things, Higuchi's reward has been a lot more. Game to game right now. The double jeopardy, could it be happening? Hibiki.
Yeah, clearing out that space. Plenty of time off of that space trap fireball.
Stackers the crouch fears. Trying to catch him walking back. Low in the drive gauge, Higuchi. Hard to even find a time to perfect parry. What's out of Higuchi? Air to air, DP, nice and low with it. Oh, hold up north to not go south. No command grabs landing right now.
Oh. Did you get the light conversion as well? Hibiki on the other side does get a punish counter, not in time to get any sort of like meaty on the way down. Higuchi recognized the timing. And I like that, yeah, no win stocks available for Hibiki up until this point. And now he chills back on the Sonic Booms as he should. That was more so in the benefit of Hibiki scoring that win stock now into 2. Higuchi's trying to sneak a couple of fireballs in as well. A little dangerous.
Drive reversal, full screen. Okay, he's low on the drive gauge. She'll take this. And again, forcing the burnout here. In the grave, but the whole parry, you'll block it out. Get your health back. There you go. Perfect parry. 20 seconds on the clock. Just needs to get in once. One tap. It's a flip punish. It's going to be death. Abiki tantalizing inside that range to activate like a level 2 scenario at minimum. Get got. No size Americans here. Set point Abiki.
And I love the uses of the OD. Coming in from the side of Abiki. Being able to sneak in some of these win stocks and also provide a threat for that mid-range. It's so imperative to get the better end against Abiki, or against Higuchi, excuse me. The jump in timing against the fireball.
Yeah, it's getting dangerous. Two bad decisions here. Could be the end. Back throw. Higuchi puts himself in burnout. We'll see what he does. Maybe level 2. The pushback from there, it won't even matter. Crouch Fierce finds the mark of the super to find success. Abiki takes out Higuchi again. Switching up the game plan, more OD usage, more burnout. Abiki, another victory. 10 points, Itsuka.
Solidifies their spot for second place. Hiroshima Team Igusa no longer having to worry about their fate. They're in complete control. It is Abiki who takes it down over Higuchi. And it was really well fought, man. You could see some of like the blatant strategies that take place between these two characters. And I like Hibiki spending the bar early for the presence of I want to say like having that threatful presence mid-range. Right, being able to nullify like the fireball strategy mad early against Higuchi was so imperative. But when Higuchi got started, you could see how much more important that strategy was.
Definitely saw a lot of things from Higuchi was like playing the buttons with crash, kick and drive rush and things like that. But again, the bar usage, as you mentioned, for the OD, and also him keeping the bar up and taking away a lot from Higuchi, chilling when he needed to and not overextending, was also eliminating OD Sonic Boom, OD Blade, other variances from Drive Rush off the table. So I like the way that he played that matchup. Maybe it's not that good on paper, maybe it is, but the way the player-to-player operated was so well for Abiki. And I'm actually wilding that they sit that up. He sit up Abiki to go up against Higuchi, despite the fact that it could have been bad. But they knew that player-to-player aspect would work out. 10 points for them, well calculated. Next person going up, maybe Akira against Hikaru. The only thing is, maybe Hikaru brings out the Blanca if things get dicey with the Aki.
I can see Akira coming up. It makes a lot of sense to do so. Yeah, definitely agreed. Being able to navigate around the fireball pretty well. I think Spin Knuckle plays a very pivotal part towards like Aki's game plan to get started. Being able to counter poke quite effectively as well. Pretty decent range in comparison. So I think Kami's overall pace that she can set gives Aki so many problems.
And the aerial approach too, the dive kicks, hooligans coming through. You can anti-air, but God willing, you miss one, it's over for you. You miss a light lash, a dive kick hits you, and it Oki time. So that's gonna be hard for the likes of Hikaru to avoid. If you try to go for like heavy kick anti-air or like heavy lash, it won't always be like the proper way. So we've seen this matchup, I think, in last season, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't remember the results. So they have played previously, but this is a new era, new characters, new change up for the meta as well. And I like this choice for Aki to come up. I feel like someone that's like the speed star is gonna be hard to really get a hold of in terms of like even dealing with that aerial approach. It's gonna be 10 times harder because he might go for 3 OD dive kicks or 2, more than the usual Kami player. He might throw in more hooligans, or as many at least as Hurricane. But Hikaru, he's been through the ringer a lot, and he can switch to Blanca. I don't know if that Blanca is gonna be ready for the likes of Akira, but that is an option if things do go bad with Aki.
It's one of the things that we were kind of looking forward to, but he has locked in for the Aki first. Funny enough, Hikaru would also practice Honda. I honestly think Honda could also be like a pretty big threat to Kami. I've seen that kind of matchup evolve over time via watching like TNS a bunch. I've seen some of it happen over on TNS as well. I think Honda would not be a bad idea against Kami.
Yeah, I wish you would have kept that character up. I know it's maybe hard to have to, but I think Hana is fine here. If you want to stop the fast-paced aerial pace that Cammy wants to put on, headbutts are really good. Stand medium punch is really good, and her effective ranges. Your reward is really good too as well. Play a nice patient game. Her trying to anti-air butt slam can be kind of devious to deal with when her DP reaches and the way the butt slam can be guided a little bit. So I think that could have been an option that he had. I mean, he had it before, but an option he could have kept going with, I should say. Hikaru says, I knew Cammy would be coming against me if I choose Aki as a character, so I did my training, I'll do my best. So he expected this to come up, and I'm sure he has other plans in his mind, even beyond just saying, I'll switch to Blanca. I'm sure he has a methodology to fight Akira and Cammy, regardless of how bad it is on paper.
I don't believe it. I mean, Hikaru has also talked like a bunch over like different interviews about how much he delegates time towards Street Fighter 6 in terms of matchups, in terms of playing against certain players. I do love the dedication he puts into it, and also like the I want to say what's the word I'm looking for? It's not integrity, but I was thinking about it earlier. One of my coworkers had said it to me earlier, which is having this drive towards like dedicating themselves to that craft, dedicating themselves to that matchup, despite it not being like the most favorable for him, is highly commendable.
You know, I know what you're trying to say. Like the fact that you're sticking it out with a character that does have some bad matchups and saying, "Ride or die, I will find ways around this because it's not impossible," is very admirable. Some would say ambitious, but it's not like it hasn't worked out for him before. Let's see if we can right now. OD Fireball jumped in on with the fierce to start things off. Damn. That was the weak points of the character again. Doesn't get the jump fierce that time, but out of there's Hikaru.
Oh, again? Yeah, we just talked about the spin knuckle being able to stop that bubble approach. Akira off to the races, back to back. I like that. The double-double. A little bit of cheese on that? Hell yeah.
I mean, that's a go. Oh, stops the command grab from happening. Reversal buttons get the counter hit towards the corner. So many tools that she has. I mean, that spin knuckle's so good because going for the fireball or the OD, there's only two speeds you have to worry about. That was a combo. Fastball. Baits out the drive reversal. Doesn't get the punish counter, but still gets the counter hit combo.
The word I was looking for was resolve. I couldn't figure it out, but I got it.
Nice.
English is hard at 5 in the morning, so this is problematic, but not as problematic as this situation. Akira dismantling the Aki quite effectively and quite convincingly. Hikaru, you may be well practiced for Cammy, but are you well practiced for Akira? That's always the question.
That is the issue, man. You can practice for a typical Cammy that's like more grounded or whatever. Maybe they have to establish the hooligan game first or the dive kick game first before you know, they get in and get active and get aggressive. Not Akira. He said, I'm gonna do what I want to do. Double dive kick, jump in, round start. Oh man, he's playing his own game. You feel me? And it goes back to like what you're saying about like the toolkit of the character for Cammy. Aerial approach like dive kick, jump ins are going to be problematic to anti-air continuously. That spin knuckle only has to worry about the normal fireball and the OD fireball. It's only two speeds of fireballs you have to get predictive and reactive with, and that's not as hard as dealing with like maybe Guile or Sagat or a Kuma, whatever, right? Comparatively. So for Cammy, she's tailor-made to take down this character. And all that resolve is great if you're fighting a normal Cammy, but this is not a normal Cammy. This is the Speed Star. You might be seeing a switch of a character, but then again, on paper, Blanca is great. Blanca is fantastic. He's got so many anti-air approaches. His neutral tools are not that bad. But are you practiced enough to fight someone like Akira, who's been mainlining Cammy for this long? Oh.
That's going to be the question right now. If Akira can run you over one time with your main character, who's to say he won't do it again with your side piece? And it's looking like that right now. Akira finding all of the marks. This guy truly is the assassin. No matter what you give him, he will always find the mark. Close to death. One more touch. Instant air. Jump back short. I knew it. I knew it in my bones. Hikaru facing death. Akira, match point.
Fast with the two as well. Trade. No further buttons. Whip punishes the heavy. Okay, you better start here for Hikaru. Build that level 2. Want that lightning beast to feast. Right now, it's all throws. Activation point? No, not yet. Doesn't go for it. Don't be cinching on that bar. No medium conversion. That light. Lands a tick throw. Taking the knight both sides. Back throw, okay. One more touch. I lied. Ooh. One more tap now. One jab.
Nice and easy, crouch jab.
Yes.
On the board is Hikaru for the first time. Can it equate to a W? We'll find out after this lightning beast comes out. The Fierce to Link. The rest of the Blanca balls coming in. Come on, little fella.
Take a son to work. Back leader kick able to hit. Hold on now, lift off. The Blanca-chan, the second son. Try brush throw, infamous out in these streets. OD, the throw whatever, it's punish counter. Gonna kill, one interaction will.
Softly, Akira cannot find his way out. The big adjustments coming in from Hikaru. He got outplayed the first round. Boy, did he adjust the second one. We're starting to see some really big hints of pretty much the winds of change. Hikaru, offensively, has been much more of a threat in comparison to Akira.
Oh, what a level 2 can do for somebody. And even having a bust up, which we haven't really seen, could also be part of the adjustments if they need to come. But it's all about the offense right now. Get the defense, OD activation, lock him down with the corner. Speed Star can't even get going. With speed bumps.
Oof. Nice. The very last second. Oh. Oos. He committed to the Fierce. Hikaru finds his way out. Level 1. No shot. Match point now. What a swing for Hikaru's favor.
Anti up the heavy. It's the OD right after. I'm talking about big ballsy button. The DP, the bust out. See Akira in his camera, stressing out a little bit. Okay, went to back of his hands. Try first jab to whip push that back medium kick. It's a throw. What's Hikaru's move? Looking for a tap parry attempt. Nothing at all though. Perfect parry. The back throw reposition. Level 2's on the menu. OD to get that activation going. Anti-air. Proper space to do so. There's no way. There is a way.
Oh. That's raw damage. Oh, I forgot. That's just raw critical art damage. You were hella dead. Jesus. Nasty time for Hikaru.
Final game, final round. Counter conversion off the stand jab, crouching medium punch, meaty crouch Fierce. So get that back medium, I like that, the DP. Akira on the aggressive. The shimmy, the finesse and bless. It's over. Akira brings it back from the break of the beat. And not even dealing with level 2 definitely helps out, but the offense, when he gets going, solidify to close things out, clutch things out. It's one thing to have a character on paper, to have that toolkit against that player, against the character, whatever. But another thing to close things out in full. And you didn't really see like a bust out ODDP opportunity from Hikaru, excuse me. No sort of ODDP on wake up, none at all. Just a rotated offense or defense, excuse me, of perfect parry and block. But otherwise, nothing else. I feel like he didn't have any time to reversal jab or whatever. And then Akira noticed and said, I'm just going to roll with it. Great, fine, nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, just good awareness overall too. Like Akira understanding like how much his offense is going to pretty much carry him throughout the rest of that set too. So, damn, what a call out too. I love seeing the jump back shorts for like the very last hit, especially when you have like full life like that. Pretty much perfect. Yeah, why not throw that out there? But yeah, the sequencing here just so difficult. Like you even prevent Hikaru from moving out of the way with a standing medium punch. And then once that air reset happens, you stand right in front of right in front of him in a place where you know the throw is gonna whiff, and he stood there confidently.
Waiting for that reward. Got it. 20 points. Hiroshima Team Itsuka. Very strong start. But against Momochi, who's been able to clear a lot of the opponents and hopefully get Yamaguchi on the board to fight. Who do we send? I feel like I would send him Aqua. I feel like the team captain's got to go blow to blow. And then you have Adelaide at the very end to square things off against Yamaguchi. But it might be a mirror match. Although Momochi's so good at mirror matches, though. You know, let me check my records on that. But I feel like overall we've seen him be good in and outside of Street Fighter League, just naturally.
Yeah, I mean, one of the easiest examples is him forcing Fudo off the character at Blink Respawn. But it is going to be the mirror match. This is going to be a pretty important match for Adelaide's career, right? Being able to force Momochi into an L with his own character is a pretty, like, I feel like it's such a big feat in comparison to, like, every other thing you could accomplish in Street Fighter League. But damn, they're so close to each other in points. This is insane. Wow. So Momochi took down Lashar in the mirror match. That's one of the biggest things to note, right? On the other side, though, Adelaide has not had the experience yet within League to fight in the mirror match, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I don't see it on his charts.
I do want to look outside a little bit in terms of Street Fighter League, just as I looked this up this morning. Shouts out to FG Combo for bringing back all the beautiful stats for the head-to-heads. Over at EVO this year, Momochi took down Adelaide 2-0. I didn't even know he was out there, first of all. But second of all, it was 2-0 over at the EVO US. So they played prior. Obviously, that's way before League, way before maybe the glow up for Adelaide, possibly. But still, there's data, there's history, and to go get someone that's so good in the mirror match is overall, at least in League, kind of a wild call. But if they're bringing him up, once again, they have a game plan. If Hiroshima Team Itsuka, especially them, if they're putting players up, they have a game plan. There is a specific reason that they're pulling out some of these players to come up, because usually it works. Even if the matchup or the idea isn't good, it usually comes out sound for them.
Yeah, there's gonna be like a true test towards Adelaide if he could like overcome probably one of the biggest challenges he's facing in Street Fighter League, in my opinion. I think he's so sound when it comes to like adapting towards whatever is thrown at him. We've seen like his slow pacing really benefit him, especially in the anchor spot. I mean, the guy's got 100 points to his name, and he like missed out on a single week of Street Fighter because he was under the weather. But I am very much so thinking like, if Adelaide does this, takes the W over Momochi, like that just like reaffirms like his decisions in training, reaffirms his decisions or like all of his practice towards like certain matchups, towards certain players, and that's what I'm looking forward to. I want to see that overall growth coming in from the rookies.
100%. You know, seeing that he's taking down absolute champions, Tokido, Goichi in his first iteration, his first battle, took down Mago, add another name to the belt, especially one that plays the same character. I like Adelaide's movement. I think that's my favorite thing about him. I feel like he's always outside the range where someone wants to counter poke and press their button. He's able to get flicker or his conversions off and things like that. He spaces himself out so well with his block strings or just backwalk movement a lot. It's not like he's doing anything like super technically different than other head players. It's just awareness, a spatial awareness of where he is at, where he's placing his buttons, how he's counter poking with crouching light kick, and he's getting off of that too as well. His confirms off as stand fierce. His confidence at the top of all this, the confidence to still be in when things are going bad, when things are slipping out of his hands against like top level players. It feels like he's been playing for 20 or 30 years more than we see him right here, even though he's like 20 years old. So like, he's insane. He takes the team for the 2 wins and wants to win here to go to the playoffs with a good flow. Momochi says, I have a chance to become the most point getter 2 years in a row, and I'm competing against Adelaide as well. Really exciting match. I'll do my best to beat him down. Ooh.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Forget them kids.
Like,
all right, Momochi.
Highest point earner for maybe Division F, perhaps?
Yeah, it can't be all divisions, because...
Yeah, because like you're in contention with KB, right? I kind of want to look that up now.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Let's look at the current ranking of players for the 2025 season. So, in order, yeah, I don't know what Momochi's talking about. He said I have the potential to be the highest point earner. He's coming in with 110 points, and if he scores the 20, he'll be at 130. KB has him beat by an extra 10. He's at the top of the leaderboard with 140 points for Division S. But I think the other part of it stands true. He could be the top point earner for Division F. So
okay.
It's definitely between Momochi and Adley. They're the top two in their division. Adley's got 100, obviously. We showed him earlier off not too long ago. It's showing off right now. So yeah, whoever wins this one ends up being the top point earner. If I'm not mistaken, Fudo actually might be in contention because he got his W over Yanai's Bison, so that excelled him to 120. So yeah, I mean, if anything, it ties him with Adley, because if Adley had the upper hand, so yeah, Adley and Fudo were tied. Adley had the upper hand a little bit because of game differentials. So yeah, if he just ties in points again, I think it'll be fine. Adley is gonna skyrocket over to top point earner.
I cover all three Ed players, like all three of the top point earners of this division. Obviously, there's a lot of Eds, so that kind of makes sense, and they're like the best Eds in the business. Are like the top three in terms of point earning. But Mochi, I like the fact that he's in the anchor position a lot. I like where he is standing. I'm sure that might change up a little bit with Yamaguchi's inclusion in the playoffs. But this guy's mad good. This guy also so good at the mirror match. That's why I'm surprised at Adelaide coming up. But at the same time, we've seen this cat take down champions, so we'll see how he operates. I want to see how the game plans work out in terms of how Momochi approaches this mirror match, how he's approaching Adelaide in general in the neutral. Was he aiming for? He's going for more projectiles. I remember Fudo was talking about the mirror match overall in one of his videos. He was like, I like to use a lot more fireballs. That's my way of approaching and kind of disrupting the rhythm of like normals and things like that. When the flickers want to come through, I use like OD Spark. So maybe that will be a part of this matchup, or maybe something different, maybe more normals for Mochi. It just depends on what they both want to utilize. I'm very curious what Adelaide is like, what his game plan is more so though, since he's like the challenger.
You're gonna hate this statistic, by the way. So top point earner, obviously KB with Mai. Guess who the rest of the top 5 are in terms of character?
Ed?
And then?
Bison?
No, straight up Eds. So Sahara,
just straight Eds.
Momochi, Adley, Fudo, Lashar.
Yeah. D.
That's it.
5 Eds. Word.
5 Eds? Nice. Yeah, like 4 head, but 5 head. I see what you did there. Pretty good. And yeah, he's that boy be earning points.
That'd be a character. That'd definitely be a good character. I will say it is the strongest Eds in the business, so like it makes sense. But at the same time, dang, that's a lot of point earning from Ed and not from like Mai, which is kind of surprising. Or Ryu. But back to this character. I feel like even with the things that they have adjusted to him, they've nerfed his. Well, they took away his throw loops without drive rush. He still has the presence in the corner. He still has the bar buildup. If you have the execution, you get rewarded with the flicker cancels now, so he has extra damage mid-screen. He's released the damage in mid-screen. And I feel like he's adjusted to the meta. Like, you have to really work to hurt Ed. Despite what some Ed players try to say every single season that he gets altered or adjusted or nerfed, they're like, there's no way I can do this and that with this character. Ed's always find a way.
Yeah, in total, in regards to the points accumulated by the Ed players, it's 420. Like, that's, you couldn't ask for a better meme. Like, there's so many points, and it just happened to land on 420. But Adley has a way, like, actually both of these players have a potential to change it up to 440. So we'll see if that happens.
We'll see. Personally, I don't think Ed should be changed that much. I think he's fine. Mostly fine as he is, because he takes a lot of work to be a top-tier character out here. This is the product of Momochi, on his stream constantly in training mode, practicing. Adley also, too, as well. We don't get to see that as much on the stream. But either way, This could be the final match, or maybe more, depending on if Mochi has it his way. Oh.
Let's find out. Battle of the Eds in the anchor match. Mochi, can he unlock the final boss via Yamaguchi, getting this tiebreaker? Nope. Drive rush does get clipped. Adley on the way over. Kill rush forward, does hit the forward throw. Sends out the spark and the fireball. Momochi returns the favor. Pretty much battle of the ranges. Adley is trying to maintain Momochi's positioning in this corner. Tries to get a jump in. Thinking he would commit to a normal.
Down with the Psycho Blitz. Get right after it. Takes a trade. Adley in the lead. Yeah, a lot more drive rush here for the son of Momochi. Some fireballs from both sides. The spark to bait things out, but gets a punish from downtown. Adley on fire. Lord. Psycho Blitz.
Jab right off the bat.
Rise, gonna press
this
the
is
buttons.
huge.
Yep.
This is all going in favor of Adley right now. Now has to work on the space control. Momochi walking his way out, clearing the space on his own accord. Adley not even going to try to contest just yet. Doesn't want to overcommit to any sort of normal. He wants to keep it compact. He wants to keep it close quarters. He wants to be an inboxer. He does drop a little bit of the blitz, and now it's Momochi's turn. Doesn't get the full dream sequence, but it does secure the burnout and also an equal life exchange, really. Oh, that's huge.
Beautiful jump in. Never cancel. Knocked down with the Psycho Blitz, the empty light. Couldn't get the follow-up, but will get the finish regardless. Only a matter of time for that chip land.
A little bit of a smile.
Flicker.
Coming on in now from Adley. That's how 3 bars to his name. Momochi gets clipped. What do you do about this too, Adley? Can you close it out against Momochi? You have all the bars to do it. Single hit will do it. I think right now St. Cola has found himself in the sands of the stage right now, but Adley does secure it. The first game conversion into level 3. Momochi misstepping ever so slightly to get the first game. Knocking the jaw off of Momochi and St. Cola as well. Our man has been drowned out, but we will get him back sooner rather than later, I hope. Adley securing the first game pretty convincingly. Momochi spent a lot of time on the west coast of the stage. The control has been so on point, but now it's Momochi striking first. Uppercut denied. Punish counter on the flicker. Get that stagger. Hella damage off of that. Safe jump. A little bit of a backdash. Momochi delaying his throw, by the way, to catch that. No, the kill rush interrupted. Adley going for a kill rush forward. I'd imagine he was holding a flicker for the jump, perhaps. What to do about this deficit? Absolutely nothing. That took on a lot more damage than I thought it would. Very interesting. I didn't see a counter hit on there. I didn't see no bell. I didn't hear no bell, excuse me.
Let's see if I'm back with it. Oh, the chase down. Hold on now. Hey, what's up? Trevor St. Pierce. Mochi pressing the issue. Some of these kill rushes back. Wakes up with a crouching light kick. OD. L2 coming through. Sleepy time. Takes a good portion of that health and take it towards the corner. Driver slow. Staggering every so often. The kill rush back again. Maybe try to be an effective range to whip punish a button or get the flicker off. Fantastically done. The ODDP for the kill. Yo, what?
God. Yeah, that OD flicker getting past the fireball, that was actually so slick. The double flicker indeed. Actually spending all the drive gauge for that combo was nasty.
Perfect parry. The timing is there. That new change allows for a better punish. Kill rush. Neutral jump calls out the throw. That defense like up in the corner. Look, I see crouching light kick, kill rush back, an effective range to deal with stuff, but too hesitant right there. The charge of the Fierce gets the side switch to the level 2. My turn to party. Take the melatonin.
Oh, that's huge. Go for the rest of it. The blitz nice and easy into the level 3. Adley up 2 games over Momochi. He's found the answer. He's found the answer against Momochi's end thus far, I should say. Can he secure a third? Can he be the one to force Momochi back to the drawing board?
The way he is maneuvering, spacing himself out, he's getting clipped every so often, but overall, it's been so annoying for Momochi to be able to strike back with like fireballs with limbs and things like that. The optimization on damn near every hit. Adley on game point, low in the drop gauge department. Can rush back again. The avoidance. Finds the Fierce. Oh no.
Just on the other side. Preventing the movement. Sneaks in the counter hit off of the light. Damn, they held it for so long. Momochi taking the worst of that exchange. Punish counter on top of having a lot of the drive gauge drained. Adley, he is just too fast, brother. Level 2. And he's efficient with his meter. He found his way to lethal, and he found his way to match point.
Decision making just with on the fly has been really short and incredible. +1 to 4 Fierce. Switch up, try to call it the throw this time. Momochi doesn't tech. On the drop gauge department as he tries to walk forward to get something on burnout. Adley striking back in the knockdown with the target combo. Almost using the bar as a way to lure him in. He's in the orange. On out of there with the jump.
Does find a blitz. Early level 3 coming in from Momochi. Trying to establish that life lead dominance. Trying to drain as much drive gauge as possible. Does have plenty of resources behind him to apply pressure, but it's going to be Adley with the perfect parry yet again. Swinging the tide.
Can't burn this cat out. Rush back again, avoiding the block string. Oh, drive rushes in. Doesn't go for the DP. Knows it would have whipped. Jabs instead. Up in the corner though with the throw. Nice and meaty with it. So Momochi should build up that level 1. Already done. Quicker cancel. There we go. Standing off set point. Momochi's still in, but not without using quite a bit of bar.
What do you do about this now? Momochi trying to stave off match point. A little bit low on the resource game. Adley taking a different approach now. Drive rushes on in. Oh,
nice.
Swinging for the fence. And Momochi playing kind of a little bit secondary towards Adley's movements, but for how long?
They can't work out forever. Adley trying to get that bar back. Fireball for a fireball, the dash up. Does again, kill rush. Looking for him to whip a button or something. Resetting his spacing, resetting the range, where he's the most effective at. Finds the anti-air, committed to the heavy one. Tick throw. Bar at the bottom. Adley looking to take down another champion. The head on the mantle. Try to stop that from happening. The back throw happens. Tick throw, we break that though. Active defense. Oh, level 3. Don't let it happen to you. The snag, that could have been it.
A little bit too hot to handle. Adley does have 3 bars. Momochi also not okay. He can't do it. Flicker. It gets blown up by the DI. Adley with a slight pop off. Momochi, you know it stings a little bit. The look on his face afterwards. But damn. What a finish for the young rookie. He might just be well up there from the same side, or actually like right in contention for Rookie of the Year off of that one.
The names he has taken up thus far, including now Momochi, gotta be big contention for Rookie of the Year. This cat is sick with it. The movement, crouching light kick, and a kill rush back. A lot of people said kill rush is useless, kill rush back is useless in terms of like avoiding like, you know, buttons and things like that, but that has been a big part of Adelaide's game plan to avoid certain moves, space himself out, we can use flicker, fireball, entice them to come in. The way he plays around being close up or not being an orange is super effective. He's like, okay, you're gonna dash up. I have a meterless tool to get a knockdown. If you dash up, I'll get the little target combo that he had we saw previously stopping Momochi. His bar usage is good, his optimization is amazing, his damage output is great. In the face of what could be a swing, a turnaround does not dampen him at all in terms of how he plays. He is incredible. There was a moment where we saw like, again, Momochi trying to initiate, let's get something started to get that burnout. He knew that was coming, immediate perfect parry. It's just having that defense in these clutch moments to prevent things from happening that would lead into burnout, that would lead into snowballing. Like, he is so aware. 40 points, Hiroshima Team Itsuka, ZETA Division Geekly going down with 0. Little appetizer before we get to the playoffs, but damn, is that feeling. Ooh.
まずは見事勝利しました広島チームイクサの皆さんの話伺っていきたいと思います。イクサの皆さん
This cat can ball. This cat might just be like the secret weapon for playoffs.
Oh yeah.
I think you could put him anywhere. In like a stamina run for playoffs when it comes to like a race to 50 or a race to 70, which will be implemented and it will be further explained once we get into playoff time. Adley might just be the biggest threat towards like the other teams. Like if I think about it right now, let me see. They have to run it back. Yeah, dude. Hiroshima Team Ikusa has to face off against ZETA Division in the first round. In the exact same premise, in the exact same situation where Hiroshima Team Ikusa starts off on the home side, and then ZETA Division has to come in on the away side. And if we got a 40 bomber right now, that's a lot to really consider. That is definitely a lot to reconsider.
Yeah, if you're ZETA, you're like, damn, bro, we gotta study up. Hard body, because that is. And as you mentioned, Adley being placed anywhere. Like, I'm thinking mirror match, he should win this. Momochi wins a lot of these. In the league, he's picture perfect when it comes to like fighting Lashar and things like that. We've seen how he deals with other players that are players too as well. We saw over Evo, well, I guess we didn't see because it was off stream, but that was like a 2-0. Mochi won that one. It's a different Adley though. Today and every day I feel like in the league, this kid is so ridiculous. I think he is like not even a secret weapon at this point. They're gonna have their eyes on him, target on his back, 100%. Like I feel like they probably have had it during the league, but they just can't find his number. I think what only Karu was able to beat him. Who was the person that beat him? No, yeah, it was Karu.
I have no idea because your microphone is getting drowned out again. So I have absolutely no idea what the question was. I'll be quite honest with you. I'll imagine you said something along the lines of Akira doing something, but I don't speak robot, unfortunately. I didn't brush up on the linguistics of Clanker, unfortunately. Are you back? You want to test it out one more time? I don't know. Oh, definitely not. I see it already. I definitely see it already. Well, I mean, hey, Seiko, thanks for joining us on the final episode. We appreciate you. That input was quite insightful, per the usual. I was, kind of taken aback by the question. Wasn't too sure how to like approach an answer. Maybe I'll think about it. I'll like stew over it for a week or two and then come back with an answer as we get our interviews coming in. Aqua, his statement, the team, they were perfect. Everyone did what we practiced for today, but 40-0, that was a surprise. We were able to go through the season with a really relaxed mood. But there were some conflicts in the team between Hibiki and Adley in regards to their positioning. But it was still good for the team as well. But as it stands right now, Aqua, again, his, I want to say like, his coaching, under like his guidance in terms of like what needs to be done for practice, in terms of what needs to be done for like positioning, so on point. I think his facilitation skills for Street Fighter League are highly underrated. I think I've said this before, I think he's one of the best coaches out here for Street Fighter League, and he would be the same for either division, whether it's Division S, whether it's Division F, in terms of preparation, in terms of execution, in terms of managing the matchups. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he also like takes the input from his teammates as well. So yeah, getting a 40 bomber on a team like Zeta Division is quite a surprise. I don't think we've had that outside of the very beginning, where Detonation FocusMe scored a 40 bomber. If I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that just in case. Seikola, why don't you cover for me? Oh wait, I'm totally kidding.
Hold on,
I'm totally kidding.
hold on.
I don't even know if you're here. Are you here?
Am I back? I think I'm back.
Oh, he sounds good. All right, cool. Well, either way, I found the answer. Detonation FocusMe did get the 40 bomber over Zeta Division. I'm gonna go robot now.
Okay. Hibiki, see what his interview is? Am I robotic? Are we good? I hope so. I was able to play a little bit better compared to last season, but I'll do better in the playoffs, is what he says.
Right on.
Okay.
All right.
As long as I'm back, is all that matters. You know Hibiki, though?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, I feel like Hibiki, though, that's an understatement. Him playing better than last season. I feel like last season he would tech a lot. I go to stream, he's like, man, I keep teching mid-screen. I have to stop doing that, His defense is so good. Even outside of just like not going for the obvious thing on wake up. The perfect pairs, as you mentioned, inching force, you can be able to have the proper footsies. You know, the league didn't get that many changes. I think the meta definitely helps out a little bit to help her survive a little bit, but it's definitely him being a better player. So definitely understated when he said he has gotten better compared to last season. Very, very much an understatement. I feel like he's still a big part of the team, no matter where the character can be placed. And almost like Adelaide, doesn't matter where he is at, no matter what the matchup is at, he's still able to cook. So big ups to him. Akira says, the situation which of SA3 that I wasn't able to do in practice, I was surprisingly able to get this in the game. I was happy for the win. And honestly, the way that he smothered Hikaru on the Blanca and did not let him play at all. As soon as he said that he's not doing ODBP, his wake-ups are the typical rotation of parry or block. I like that he had that realization to go in right there and not let off the gas. That could have been definitely Hikaru's win, but Akira sits that out, smelt that out. He's also been a standout star this season too as well. I feel like he's more hot than cold these days.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it's not even just like in Street Fighter League either. Like, Hibiki's been so ridiculous. Akira also extremely ridiculous. Like, they've found like exponential growth in comparison to previous seasons. That is for certain. I think Hibiki last season, that was his debut. I think it was both Hibiki and Hikaru. And like he's navigated himself well through every single matchup from both ends, and it's been quite a surprise. I think more so in benefit of Hibiki, at least in that instance. Akira was still trying to find his ground earlier on, but I'm glad he was able to do so overall.
It's all the way he plays, man. It's so technical. He knows what to do with the character and like optimize certain combos and conversions, but he still plays like he wears his heart on his sleeve, because he definitely does. You can see it every interaction that he misses or makes. But it's good to see him like find his footing, his ground, and keep up with all these players. You know, he is a great player himself, so it's good to see him stay in that top rung with everybody else and still be a great component, because there are things that Kemi can still do. There are some matches that she hasn't win as much, has difficulty with, and we've seen some of the Kemi players either have secondaries or drop to the wayside, or maybe, you know, not be as consistent as they used to be with some of her struggles. But Akira still staying solid out here and sturdy. He says he really thanks the fans and the team for all the support, especially one of his colleagues from the company he used to work for. He did so much for me. I really can't express how thankful I am.
Damn, I wonder what he used to do for work.
特にね、最終節
I'm actually genuinely curious.
対象戦緊張とかは
Yeah.
なかったんですか？
バチバチに緊張してま
I
した。
did hear mentions of Kincho
はい
as we got ready for Adley's
そ
interview.
のあたり、まあどういう
I wonder what the
感じで
context is in
まあ
regards
試合内
to
で
him being mentioned at all.
伺ってもいいですか？
But I'd imagine it has something to do with like his astounding success being the top point earner in the league for Division F, I should say specifically. And I think he's, yeah, I think he might have surpassed Sahara, but I'd have to double check like what the point differential is going forward. But still, really impressive. Like both the rookies, both the Ed rookies are insanely good this season.
Usually it feels like if you're a new player or like a younger player, a lot of people go for like the Shotos, like the Ryus and things like that. But sometimes even the Kens, Crime and such. To see like the Ed players in Japan.
出せない試合とかもたまにあったりして、その中で
Well, the interview coming through.
自信ある組み合わせで
Some from Adelaide.
出し切って勝てたっていうのはすごい。
I don't know, does Adelaide stream at all? I feel like I don't ever see him pop up on Twitch.
I haven't found it. But apparently he does. At least from like the tidbits I've seen on Twitter, because I also follow like Japanese Twitter on a different account. There are like highlight reels that he has, but I've never actually gone out of the way to like watch him or like follow him on Twitch just yet. But I think he does.
Oh, okay. I've seen the account, but I don't see any videos up, so or VODs up, excuse me. I hope he streams more because I would love to like pick his brain a little bit or have somebody help me pick his brain because like his decision making in terms of movement and spacing is, it feels like he's like played for dozens more years than his age says. So he says he always gets nervous, and today as well, he's confident with the mirror matchup. I'm usually not confident in other games. I wasn't able to do what I did in practice, but today I was able to let everything out that I did for this game. So it's wild to say someone that is confident in a mirror match and then also say I'm confident to fight Momochi or feeling confident to fight Momochi. Someone that's proven well in that regard. But again, we saw what happened. Pieced them up big time. And again, it's good to see these like younger players really showcase what they could do against like the older guard, showcasing new things in terms of like movement or spacing or whatever, able to keep up. And in a stressful Street Fighter League, probably the most stressful thus far in terms of the player base getting stronger and that it's really great to see them not get too shaken. I mean, your first match against Goichi, anchor position, that's crazy. And you won that. Like, that's insane. This kid's going places.
自分の使ってるキャラもエドってこともあって、まあ重要な局面任されることが結構多かったと思うんですけど、まあそれを乗り越え
Yeah, Adley's got to be in the spotlight for this one. He better have like the longest running interview because this guy is like insanely good.
成長できたのかなって思いますね、やっぱり。
周りのね、
Give him the spotlight.
あってのことかとは思いますが、本当に素晴らしい結果を収めたというところで本当に。
Man, I want to see him travel, man. The people that don't even know that he exists, especially in the chat, there's some people like Moba had mentioned that have no idea that this cat is like this good. Like you have to be tuning into the Street Fighter League. Maybe you can see him in some of the World Warriors here and there. I'm not sure where he's at with all that or if he even plays that much. But I want to see him like go to like offline CPT, the damage he could go out there. I wasn't getting any wins, or he thought he wasn't getting any wins. But at the end, I was able to do really well. We thank the team for letting him join the team, even though he didn't have any past competition records. Again, another bet on a player that didn't have anything prior, like Good A Squad and Sahara. But look at the turnout. Look at the reward.
Just to answer that question briefly, Adley is definitely not on the leaderboard for World Warrior thus far, but I'm sure he'll be able to enter without any sort of pressure now that he's going to be on break for Street Fighter League to get ready for the playoffs. He has like a... This coming Sunday should be World Warrior number 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, hope we get to see him shine out there. And again, shine on some offline if that returns. Either way, he's got a bright future. I mean, that guy is going to be a big component of Hiroshima Itsuka. But as you mentioned at the beginning of everything, it's not just one person carrying the entire squad. It's everybody at the ready, everybody pulling their weight with their characters, no matter if the matchup's good or not. They're making the magic happen. Now, Geekly, even though they lost today, they're still at the playoffs no matter what. They're third, and they're in the away to the run back, which will be more points and more stress. But I'm sure they'll have time to acclimate. And also, Yamaguchi will be a selectable character now. He'll be released, ready to be played at any point, not just the extra position.
It's all right, Chad. He's learning to control his power. Little by little, he's going to figure out how to transform that robot language into English. Majority of the time, he gets it under control, I promise. But I will translate for you. He definitely said he's looking forward to seeing the run back and how these two adapt going forward into the playoffs. Some of it came through, all jokes aside. But your point is very valid, right? It's this is kind of dangerous, I feel like, for them. Like, so whatever they practice going into this matchup had proved to be correct, had proved to their benefit, had proved to the big 40 bomber. Surely. But this also gives a lot of ammunition towards Zeta Division. If you think about the scheme of how the playoffs work, if it's a race to 50, and Zeta Division is on the away side first, and if they score like a significant amount of points, and then when the side switch-ups happen, then Zeta will have full control of being able to pick their counter matches up, right? If they get to like choose their own order in benefit of like the most potential they've had in winning, the most potential they have for winning certain matchups, then they could clear this team. So I think this puts Hiroshima Team Ikusa more in the hot seat than anything. Maybe we could try again. Check 1, 2. We lost him, chat. We lost him. We tried our best, but we couldn't maintain his presence. We could not control the gigahertz of power being used by Senkola. He's been called back. He's been recalled back. The battery was just too strong. But that's just how it goes. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to get the nuclear power plant running in his area at what? I think it's gonna be like 7:50 in the morning, plus 8 a.m. for him. That's just how it goes. But we are gonna get the conclusion of our interviews coming in. It was a little bit interrupted due to Saint Robot, but Yamaguchi comes in with saying, I was really surprised by the team having to play under so much pressure in Zeta since our team is really famous, but also with a lot of trouble in the first half. It's highly true. That's a lot of things to really consider. Like, Zeta has a huge fan base. Even outside of Street Fighter 6, they have a huge fan base for Brawl Stars. They have a huge fan base for Valorant. These guys are like fanatics too. So Zeta is definitely like a super high-strung team. So I understand that sentiment coming in from Yamaguchi. He says, I ended up not playing, but I really praise my team for going to the playoffs even without a player. And that's also pretty huge, right? Like, I think a good majority of the matches, they had lost Kakeru and they had to find a replacement. And even when they did find the replacement with Yamaguchi, he wasn't able to kind of like shift away from the extra match due to the rules and regulation if such a thing occurs. So really impressed to see this team come back from where they were at initially, especially at a huge disadvantage. Is he alive, chat? He's looking at me menacingly. I'm not too sure. I am killing a little bit of time just because we're getting the other interviews in. Are you in? Are you available?
I think I am. We're doing maintenance over here. Sorry. We're at Hikaru. We ended up losing today. We got a lot of information today, so we'll get revenge in the playoffs. I do wonder how much is held back in terms of the players are playing to their best in terms of getting a W, but I'm sure they have other strategies that they're going to implement for playoffs. Don't tell me it's happening again.
You got it. It's like on and off. I'm going to charge you extra if you keep doing this. I swear to God. I'm going to be like, hey, give me a portion of his check today, because it's driving me crazy. It's just... give me a mic check real quick. Let me hear it.
How we doing? Are we good? Are we good? Are we Higuchi's part? Are we good?
出したんで、なんかまあそれが
Nope,
いい
body.
感じでここまで繋がってるなっていうところがあるんで、なんとかそう。
I owe
It
you
is what it is.
some ice
まあ
cream.
今日負けてしまった戦がまあ初戦の相手になるので、
I need more than ice cream, brother.
そうですね。0-4
I'm definitely gonna request a strong zero, a handful of strong zeros for this
次の
one.
形態がまだあるんで。
But we can keep trying.
I got you in Japan.
あるからね。
All right,
I
cool.
got you in Japan.
You sound better
I got you in
now.
Japan. All right, all right.
You sound better
Okay.
now.
リーサルウェポンもいて。
All right, let's get into it. Higuchi, you're in big trouble throughout the season. You were able to fight as a team more in these situations. It is sad that Kaku wasn't able to come through. We wish him the best. But them having to fight with 3 players effectively for a long time is kind of difficult, if not very, very difficult. So the fact that they were able to stay solid enough to get as many points as they could, with that being over their heads, and having Yamaguchi only until the very end, is very admirable, to be honest. For them to be able to rely upon only 3 players and Momochi take their positions, for them to pick up the slack, is very impressive. So they'll be at full power come the playoffs. And again, I'm really wondering what they're going to be doing to switch things up. Maybe the player order, things like that. We'll have to worry about that on the home side of things when they get there, because they're going to be starting off the away side. So Hiroshima Team East will have that advantage come for the playoffs, which will be happening in a few weeks.
Yeah. Pretty important to note, Yamaguchi is currently 20th in the ranking of World Warrior. He's got 26 points under his belt. And so with that in mind, it's like they have all the data. So I will say Hiroshima Team Ikusa has all the data on Zeta Division in regards to the first 3 players. Yamaguchi being the big question mark with Mai is going to be like the biggest problem. I think the one time we did see Yamaguchi, let me double check before I misspeak on this one. We've seen Yamaguchi play outside of Street Fighter League before, and that Mai was a terror. He definitely speed ran his opponent. I forgot who it was, or who the unlucky soul was. But again, it comes back to my initial point of seeing the silver lining of Zeta Division being in the away side. You could put Yamaguchi in any part of that order and be a threat. And then going into the second round of that matchup, you could have Yamaguchi again possibly score even more points, especially with Mai. Like, you can never count out Mai. That's just a god-known fact, right? So I think this could play very well. I think this could play out very well for Zeta Division. And look how consistent this chart is for the division. Right?
Wow.
The top has remained at the top. The bottom half, that's just how it goes. But it does lead into a very, very competitive set for both Division S and Division F, more so for Division F. Like, you see how close the point spread was between Reject and Hiroshima Team Ikusa. So I honestly think that's going to be so scary to see if it comes to fruition. But again, Hiroshima has to clear Zeta Division again. They have to do it in the playoffs where it counts the most. So we'll see if that even comes to fruition. But I want to see Yamaguchi thrive. I want to see him play, and I want to see how much of a difference he makes into the playoffs.
I feel like the fact that he has been so well offline with the mind, we saw him over at CEO doing a lot of work. I would expect nothing short of him being amazing at the playoffs. And having all this time to grind it out and get the data should definitely help out too as well. But this is what it comes down to. Good Squad, the Whale, NTB, Oja, Crazy Raccoon, Reject, Hiroshima Team Itsuka, Zeta Division are our final teams for the playoffs. And it's going to be some great action coming up in a few weeks for the grand finals later on in January on the 31st. Man, we are speeding through all this, man. So sad to say.
Kind of, sort of, yeah. I mean, like, it was a pretty long and arduous journey, but like with how good all the action is, it just like really creeps up on you. So in a matter of a couple of weeks, we'll have the playoffs. Just to reiterate who's going to be in the top 3, this is Division S's standings. Very similar points. I mean, both first places getting 300 points, immaculate. Only a 30-point differential between the other 2 teams, or at least the other second-place teams. Not too bad as well. And also some big surprises in regards to like who's made it into the top 3. Hiroshima Team Ikusa is definitely a big surprise in my opinion in comparison to last season. Same goes for Nagoya NTP Oja. Who would have thought they were going to score second place into this division? Nobody really considered these two teams to be like the shining stars of their division, and I'm glad they did it in the fashion that they did it. Nagoya, NTB, Oja, Hiroshima, Team Ikuza are easily like my MVP teams, or I guess most improved teams, personally, because you can't ever take away from the first place. Like Good 8 squad with the likes of Sahara, easily one of the more entertaining sets to watch every single time he's played. For the Reject squad, a lot of big surprises in regards to seeing some of the players play in certain matchups. Lashar, I feel like we all knew he was going to be godlike. Same with Fudo. I think Tokido coming in clutch also with Ken, and also adapting towards a new character like JP. And then also seeing Surprise Daigo. Everybody loves Surprise Daigo. That was also really entertaining to watch.
Going into Ojo, on their side of things, having the likes of Bochi get really informed for this season, and with his character, nothing short and incredible, and not just flying upon KB, even though KB has been the most standout player. And also, Good 8 squad and Reject go to the grand finals. Good 8 squad will get the home side advantage because of the round difference. So if that happens, we don't know. But if it happens, that's how it's going to go in terms of like the finale. But for right now, we're going to do the playoff team interview with all the team captains out here. Tokido, Aqua, Omochi. All these cats have helped their team get to the ready. I highly suggest that y'all out there watch the content that all of these three have, whether it be Momochi streams, Aqua streams. I think he also has some content. I don't know if it's translated or not, but Tokido has some translated content after every single episode. And he goes through like the status report of all the players and things like that, decision making, the fact that he hasn't played JP yet, that may come through. There was actually going to be a point where he almost played JP against Goichi, but that didn't happen. Daigo came through in the clutch. But you get to learn more about these players, so definitely check out their content and what's going on with them in the background.
Yeah, it's although the language barrier is there, I think Aqua actually does understand a bit of English and does respond in English as well at certain moments of the stream. So do not be shy of asking many sort of questions. But for the most part, like Aqua does a lot of like pretty big breakdowns of what the matchup spread is looking like, what he does to practice in like certain lobbies and who he invites to. It's really quite informative. Like sometimes I'll just have it on in the background, just like in the middle of the night, just to see like what he's up to. And he does a pretty damn good job of breaking it down even for like international viewers.
Very kind dude in person too as well. He'll also sit down and chat for a little bit when he has time to talk about matchups and stuff like that. Very kind person. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see that these players are like really international and like try to get that knowledge out there. But Aqua especially, as you mentioned, Street Fighter 5, before he was even part of the league at all, he had his own little mini league, and he had a lot of stats going on. He'd be watching league and have stats for that too as well. Very data heavy. And I don't know what he did prior, but it feels like it kind of seeped into this because he's very astute. And that strategy comes through for his team. We're starting with Momochi though. Momochi says, we only had 3 players in the middle of the season. We're finally able to let Yamaguchi play now. We have to face 2 away games, but the confidence, but he says, I have confidence in my team. So he understands like, it'll be difficult to have to fight 2 away teams or 2 away team games. But again, as you mentioned, Yamaguchi on that side, a Mai that can go anywhere, as it is Mai, and Yamaguchi is really good with that character. It's going to be a big benefit for them.
Yeah, having that Mai is going to be like such a big deal too. Like I don't think it's really emphasized enough. No sarcasm, genuinely no sarcasm. Like if you get to see like Yamaguchi play outside of the league, he's very competent in like every matchup he plays, and also with the character too. I think he has the same type of speed that KB has, with a little more risk behind it. So maybe, I mean, maybe he'll prove to be like one of the biggest shining stars for ZETA Division going into the playoffs.
I agree with that assessment. Actually, watching him play, his defensive timings and stuff like that too have always been really good. And when he gets off those defensive buttons, like his Zabari buttons and stuff like that, has always been really good. So, you know, if you watch him play with CEO and stuff like that, you'll get a glimpse of that, or just, you know, watch his Warrior runs. Aqua says, we won today, but the playoffs will be a whole different story. Yamaguchi will be there, and the team is already strong even without him. We'd like to get better at the game to beat them down. So they recognize, again, Yamaguchi's strength. He'll be there. Mai or not, the fact that he's a good Mai player, we stand out, and that they were already strong without that. And that someone like Higuchi, if you also look at the other players that are on their team, Higuchi's getting stronger, Hikaru's Blanca's getting way stronger, Momochi already going to be a devious threat no matter where you place him and have to fight him. And you know he's going to get even better at the mirror match. after this, they're only going to get more emboldened, and Aqua understands that.
It's just a matter of time, man. There's so much to look forward to in the realm of Japan Street Fighter. Like, we have, like, obviously the World Warriors coming up real soon on Sunday. Make sure to mark your calendars on that, and obviously we're gonna be going through like the scheduling further on in the program. But in case it hasn't been hammered by now, it hasn't been hammered in information-wise by now. December, let me pull up the exact date. December 13th and the 14th is when the playoffs happen. I'm almost certain that it will be broadcasted via pay-per-view live in Japan, and then we get the later stream in English at like a further date. If I am misspeaking, I will definitely clear that up as the time gets closer. But for more of the information on that, Capcom_esports is where you need to follow along on social media to get all of the correct info regarding the Japanese broadcast for Street Fighter League in general. So with that in mind, again, we want to make sure you guys lock in those dates just in case, right? To not miss out what happens leading into the grand finals of it all. That's going to be happening towards the end of January 31st specifically. That is 100% going to be pay-per-view, and I think that will also 100% be broadcasted at a later date due to that fact. But we are getting the rest of the interviews coming in, like the little round robin session between Tokido, Aqua, and Momochi. Where did you leave off? You talked about Momochi, right?
Left off at Aqua. So Tokido's next.
Oh, I see. Okay. So Tokido obviously getting his 2 cents in. These two teams were really the teams we didn't want to face. And it's really difficult to practice against them because there are a lot of characters we need to practice for. Pretty evident. I think if you look at the overall spread for Hiroshima Team Ikuza, how do you practice for Lily, first and foremost? So Lily from Ibiki, Cammy from Akira, Ed from Adley, and then Blanca from Aqua. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be sticking to Blanca. I don't think JP's ever going to like really come out for this character or from this from their captain. And then Zeta Division, pretty much the same ordeal. You have Guile, you have Aki. I really hope it's just going to be Aki from Hikaru, but the Blanca proved to be sort of efficient in regards to certain matchups. Momochi's Ed is a little bit problematic, I feel like. I think that might be. I think Momochi's Ed might just be the kryptonite to Lashar. So I understand like the difficulty there being the cause of concern there being from Tokido, and then of course the wild card essentially Yamaguchi having 0 data in this season. I think the worry from Tokido is very much so solicited.
It's sound, but Tokido needs to remember that he has a JP that they haven't even played yet. Who knows what matchup that could come through? Lashar might whip out the Mai, or, you know, even just get dominant with the Ed and the Terry. That's 2 characters they have to worry about. Fudo's probably just going to stick with the Ed, so it's understandable. But another different look to fight that character, another different style to adjust to, which makes that another step to have to deal with. And Daigo might get surprised Daigo. Might not get surprised Daigo. But you don't know. That's the problem. You don't know what Daigo you're getting, and that could be also difficult to deal with. Regardless, you know, it's 2 sides. You know, they have to deal with reject as well. Momochi says, I'm watching out for Umahara. I know he's been practicing for Ed. I know he'll be ready for the playoffs. And Daigo's one of those cats that if he knows who's coming, it makes him 10 times more powerful to study up, prepare for the matchup, and the player at hand. So Mochi knows that's going to be an issue. He'll be ready for him. Aqua says, I like to watch out for Yamaguchi. It's the first team who has an Ed and a Mai together in the same team. It'll be very difficult to face against both. Tokido said, I don't want to say it, but it'll be Momochi that I'm worried about. He's gone through so many difficulties this season, but still came up to the spot, leading the team. I got to watch out for him. Mochi says, thank you to all the fans for the support. We'll do our best to get to the playoffs. Or get through the playoffs, excuse me. They're already there.
Yeah, it's gonna be so sick to watch. Like the full dynamic of the teams, only having to worry about. Well, I won't say only having to worry about because you're essentially studying for 2 teams at a time to get ready for the playoffs. That's rather difficult, right? That's tough for any team to manage, and it's gonna be sick to see how it works out for Division S and then Division F. Back-to-back days of full-on top 3 teams duking it out to get into the grand finals. And at this point, it's like, it's hard to tell who's going to be making it into the grand finals, genuinely. We might even have ourselves a new representative going into Capcom Cup 12 to face off against the champs of Street Fighter League EU. Hell, I can't even imagine who's going to be the champs of Street Fighter League US. It's so difficult to call all the way through. And I know, like, speaking of which, Street Fighter League EU is currently being broadcasted still, and that will reign on until November 29th, if I'm not mistaken. And I gotta see where they're at. Actually, they should be coming up real soon. I wouldn't be surprised if they're already like in their broadcast at this moment.
Yeah, they're in the second half currently. I think they're taking a break today, if I'm not mistaken. They resume tomorrow. But that also has been kind of dicey, where I thought Ninjas in Pajamas would be like dominant once again. They're not. Mouse also kind of climbing the rankings. So who knows what's going to happen when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to league overall. Look at this. Good 8 squad away. ATP Oja, Crazy Raccoon, Reject, Hiroshima to Itsuka, ZETA Division, Geekly. As you mentioned, there could be a new representative over dealing with the other teams of the US and the EU. It just depends on who's better on that day for both divisions to move on to fight each other in the finals. But that just means we get some good Street Fighter League action, which it has been up to this point. It's been so hard to call who's going to win between individual players and teams, who's going to get max amount of points. For some, it came down to the wire. For others, maybe not so much, but they were able to cause a damper on others. But that being said, this has been the most difficult, I think, season of Street Fighter League thus far. It's been really contention for a lot of it, more so than other seasons, it feels. And maybe that's recency bias, but it definitely feels like it, though.
Yeah, pretty much hammering the same points on that one. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to call, and it gets me even more excited between like Division S, Division F. So difficult to even see it. Like Good 8 squad, obviously they're gonna have the benefit of being able to play in the second match, and just await their fate between like the victors of Nagoya and NTP Oja and Crazy Raccoon. Not too far of a spread between those two teams at the bottom as well. So very difficult to call who would come out of that first match. Then obviously Division F, you just saw the conclusion of that one. Reject sitting nice and pretty with 300 points, hanging out. And the second match, damn, I did that again. Then it's going to be Hiroshima Team Ikaza going up against ZETA for the run back. And we'll see how that plays out. And this is our star-studded lineup for the scheduling. All of it cleared. We have finished the month of November. And we are now awaiting the fate of the rest of the Japanese players for their super region of World Warrior. Then, of course, we see it right there. Bang! 13th to the 14th, the playoffs. S first, F second. Wouldn't want it any other way. And then it leads in to a lot, really. January 11th, I do believe, is the final World Warrior for Japan. And then it leads into the Grand Finals January 31st. And then we have a significant break in between to get ready for the big dance in March, right? While you're here, if you guys are able to travel out to Tokyo, Japan, we highly encourage you guys to check it out. I mean, Capcom Cup 12 is an entirely different atmosphere when it comes to the games, in games to like the showmanship, in regards to like the venue itself. The energy is truly tangible, and I definitely mean that. No sarcasm, no exaggeration. You could just feel the energy just like going throughout the stadium. And it's much more evident that way towards the weekend because, let's be honest, between the 11th through the 15th, there are working days involved. People do have to live their lives and work their jobs, and some people do show up. A good amount of people do show up towards like the evenings too, so it's a pretty big deal to consider. Make sure, if you guys can, responsibly, to check it out live in person.
You can check this out too as well. The playoffs coming up, as we mentioned. Get those tickets so you can watch them all the way through, or you can wait for the rebroadcast to come up. Either which way, you definitely do not want to miss this action as we lead towards the finale, as we lead towards what you had mentioned, the grand finals that Sunday, where they have Street Fighter League going on for the World Championship, is so electric. The whole stadium is shaking with cheers and people rooting for their favorite players, even the players that they don't like as much too as well. Is nothing that can even come close towards like that energy. It is definitely amazing. So check out the playoffs. Obviously, that's coming up real soon. With the players having some time to grind, we might be seeing a switch up. Maybe ZETA will get that run back at that W, even though they're on the away side. There's a lot of storylines going in terms of like the players, the teams, what could happen, the change-up that we might happen in terms of who's representing Japan. And all throughout this, US and EU are still going on. EU is definitely switching up in terms of who's getting that W, because I thought, again, Ninjas Pajamas would be so dominant, and they're taking some L's here and there. And even in the US, it's been kind of shaky for the likes of Pug's team and other teams. And some of the ones I expected to do better, but that shows the difficulty of League no matter where it is in any region.
While we get ready for the rest of these slides, or anything else you'd like to contribute to, I guess, towards the finale of Division F?
All I gotta say is, this has been some of the best Street Fighter action I've gotten to witness thus far, to be honest. And I really think that people should be watching these players, not only in this league, but also in EU, of course, and US. You can see the pinnacle. I feel like League really pulls out the most of the meta of the game. And a lot of strategy that people need to be watching and taking in to get to really see the top of what Street Fighter 6 can really do.
Yeah, although we are at a little bit of a break for SFL EU, thank God, by the way, because my sleep schedule is messed up just trying to catch up with everything because I want to catch it live. Big shout outs to all the talent out there. I know we have Damascus, we have Jammers, Logan Sama, one of my favorites, Shoryu Sengan as well.
Yes.
We are awaiting Logan's return. He did take a little bit of a break for the first half, so hopefully we get to see him sooner rather than later. But my guy is really holding it down overall. I love seeing F-Word on the desk as well. Him synergized with Jammers, easily one of my favorite things to listen to. And also, it's really cool to see some of the legends continuously stay at the desk, even for Street Fighter League Japan, like Aru and Hamiko, and even Yamato-san coming back, Frida coming back. With the addition of Naruo and Storm Kubo, it really is like a truly star-studded lineup, and I love and appreciate all the hard work they do. Even if they never hear it, I wanted to let it be known that these guys all do a phenomenal job at working so hard. These guys, even if they're not working, they are definitely streaming Street Fighter League and also doing like the further analysis. I know Hamiko, he understands a decent amount of English as well, and he also provides a lot of good insight. I definitely get to ask him the most questions when it comes to Street Fighter League and predictions. So it's cool to see all the hard work being put in from like every aspect of every league.
That goes to you too. You doing US and Japan, man. You have been grinding out here. So everyone give big ups to Vicious and all the crew coming through in terms of like production. Thank you so much for y'all in the background, doing the translations, the player base as well for giving us great action. Lose or win, we've been able to learn so much about this game and gain way more insight. We're able to talk to the players, the community as well. Thank you so much, Japan, for being so open to us. And it doesn't matter where you're from, it feels like all the Japanese players, the community has been so welcoming and wanting to bring us in so you can see that kind of vibe, that love that they give.
Yeah, most definitely. I think I've said this before on an interview with the Japanese broadcast. The fan base out in Japan makes this game feel larger than life, right? They've made it like an entire culture of it. They've made so much out of this that is truly inspiring for like any community, really. So in my opinion, they feel like the heart and soul of a lot of the things that go on in the realm of Street Fighter 6, and we appreciate and love that for them as well.
Hope we can continue this and make this even bigger, which I think it is, considering all the sponsors that have come through, all the support from people even outside of the FPC, the VTubers helping us out, giving us interviews and things like that. Been nothing short of excellent. But people, we appreciate you. We'll see you for the playoffs. And once again, stay, and we will see you in the streets. Good night.
この後選手の音声入り本日のハイライト動画を流します。お楽しみに。それではプレーオフでお会いいたしましょう。さよなら。さよなら。見てまいりましょう。先鋒戦 YC モチダルシム対するは51神いってみましょう。これですこれはどうだ。いやダメージが高いでこの S2 ゴリッといってこれはどうだ。
オッケーいったっしょ。はいオッケーナイス。いやオッケーオッケーナイスだ。次よく潜った。こ
れは走り切れるか。間がつきまで出して最終戦苦しい戦いを
はいはいはいオーケーナイスナイス
多かったけどよかった最後狙いは良かった。
いや良かったマジで良かった。
うまいラッシュ止めて水に上げる2つ相手はザンギさあどうだこれで
いやーマジかダメだったなごめん。
最後は板橋のザンギを放って
よし来たよねいったねオーケーナイスいったよなナイスです。
いやーやったね。
やりましたね。
最高でした。
孫さんあと頼みました。
あはい頑張ります。はい頑張ります。 しゃー気入ってきた。久しぶりにチーム勝ったな。
いやそう
嬉しい嬉しいね。
さあそれでは準備 OK 見てまいりましょう。さあこれはインパクトきたー。さらに追撃大ダメージ、最後は中断、最後は中断、おお大ダメージ、
ナイス。
めちゃめちゃ良かった動き。いいよ。完璧だ。
どうする。
針押しっぱ
うまい差し返し
うますぎる。
うますぎる。見ていたでしょ。
うますぎる。
これがもう逆サイへ。
相打ちつながっている。
見逃さない。さあこれはゲージが一本でも、さあどうだ、届いた。届いた。
ごめんなさい。
いやもうさあどうだ。
いやうまい。
お見事。
うまいだと思うけどな。
さあこれはゲージが一本でも、
いや激闘。いやーよかった。
トータル大将戦勝利。いやー3対1で。
すごいねこれ。
また来ましたねこれ。やったー、なんか中断が出てたぞ。そうですね、お見事、これで決着。やったー、中断が出てたぞ。
あ、しょうがないですよ。
ごめん。
いやーしょうがない。いやーごめん。まあ。
決着。
似合わなかったな。
ちょっと今何が起きた。
何中断だったわ向こう。
ありがとうありがとう。
はいナイス。
どこまで継続できるか。ここも通って体力はもう半分消し飛んだ。シビアうまい、誘ってしっかりお手玉。
あ、ごめん。いやー惜しかった。いやでも内容
内容良かった。
なんかねついてないっすね。
オッケー。やったー。オーディバチカに SA さんできたね。
あれが練習で一回もできなかったのできた。
おもちの体力残りわずか。ピンクのももちマイナス色ラーメンにどうする。インパクト。インパクト。
いやーしゃあねー。
さあめて
山を隠せたという。
いやいないよ全部。
それはでかい。ちなみにでかい。
まあそうね。
マイナス色ラーメン。
うわきゃ勝った。すげえよ。
お前強すぎるわ。
おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。おめでとう。
ここ嬉しい。
いや嬉しいね。お前が最強のエドか。
いや自信あったから本当に嬉しいです。
いや内容いい。内容いい。
良かったねマジで。